All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for being here with me today. I hope everybody is doing well on this. Well, at least where I am, it's pretty gray outside. Very gray day, overcast, very cloudy. I think it's going to rain. I don't know. Sometimes it's okay, to embrace the gray days. But I hope everybody's doing well. Trying to see. Apologies if I seem like I am focused on something right now. I'm checking to see if I actually have the correct settings right now for my stream. And I do. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. We have some PlayStation topics to go over and discuss here today. We actually also have somewhat of an Xbox topic, I guess, but it's relevant to PlayStation. It's relevant to the conversation going forward with PlayStation. I'm also going to be talking a little bit more about PSVR 2 later on in the stream. And I'm trying to make sure there's nothing I'm forgetting here. Yeah, so the big topic we're going to be talking about, well, there are basically two big topics, but we're going to be talking about some new hardware. Not only did Sony announce new hardware that wasn't previously announced, but they gave us some major updates on some stuff that's launching at the end of this year. So we're going to talk all about that. We're going to go over that in depth, causing a lot of conversation online. Actually says you need rain to create life. Nothing wrong with rainy days. No, yeah, I don't mind it. Sometimes I feel like when it's gray outside and it's not actually raining, but it just looks like it's going to rain, but maybe it never does. I think it's going to rain today, though. It just kind of creates a more relaxed type of feel sometimes, The one thing I really like about it is it's actually causing it to be cooler outside. So, we're still in the summer, the middle of summer, and, you get these random heat waves that roll in, having these days where it's like, maybe 75, 78 degrees. Maybe the humidity's kind of high, so that can put a damper on things, but still, it's kind of nice. So, yeah, so I see some people asking me about Firewall Ultra. I'm going to talk about that momentarily, but I have an announcement to make. We talked about this at the end of my last stream, which was streaming Gamescom. I'm happy to let you guys know I have made a purchase. I have purchased a new PC. Okay, I don't know, I don't think I went crazy. But I purchased a new PC, and Gamescom stream was the last straw. Anybody who showed up to my Gamescom stream, I mean, that thing was struggling. It was struggling. And I talked to you guys, a lot of people saying like, MBG, I thought you were going to get a new PC, and I planned on it. I was planning for the past couple months to get a new PC, but it's just tough for me because the laptop, I'm working with a laptop. It's a good one. It's a really good one, but it's just, I just have this mentality a lot of times where it's like, I don't want to have to upgrade, stuff like this when it's just like, it's perfectly fine, even though it's like not, like it's impacting my streams. So am I going to play Starfield? I have no plans to play Starfield. No. What are the specs of the PC? So I actually don't have it in front of me right now. I went crazy with the RAM. Okay, like I've been talking to you guys extensively for a while about, what is the bottleneck in my PC? Is it the graphics card? No. Is it the CPU? No. What is it? What's going on? We've pretty much come to the conclusion that it's the RAM. The RAM is the bottleneck. I only have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I multitask a lot during my streams, or at least I try to. No, I went higher than 30 gigs. I went balls to the wall, dude. I got 64 gigs of RAM. Like, I ain't ever going to run into a problem again when it comes to multitasking. I went a little crazy there, but it was because, like, I looked over everything. I'm like, people are telling me you need a 4090 graphics card. I did not go with that. I I think it's a 3060, an RTX 3060. I have to double check. But I didn't go crazy with the graphics because I don't game on PC. I just need a graphics card that's capable of, streaming video content competently, and that's overkill. Like, frankly, the graphics card I have in this laptop is way overkill for what I do. It's way overkill. But I guess I just kind of wanted to have a decently good graphics card, or a good enough graphics card. So that way, if I ever do want to dabble on anything on PC, I'm able to do that. But I think it's let me find the specs real quick. I'll bring it up because I know you guys are. You want it? You guys got to know. I mean, give me 1 second, and I'll. Okay, so it's an Intel Core i7 12700F processor. So I'm not, this is where I'm a little bit out of my league here, but I'm assuming that's a really good processor. It sounds like it's really good. An i7, I'm like, seems like it should be good. 64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. I know some people are saying you got to go with DDR5. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I just need a large pool of RAM. 2 terabyte PCIe SSD plus 4 terabyte HDD, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060, 12 gigabytes DDR6. I actually came with a 32 gigabyte Snowbell USB card, which I didn't know. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, we should be good, guys. Like, going forward with streams, we're going to find out. I've tested my internet. I have a wired internet connection. I've tested my internet multiple times, and my speeds are fine. Like, I have fiber optic internet. My internet's not the problem. Anytime I experience a bottleneck when streaming, anytime I experience lag, it seems to have to do with the RAM and just things getting kind of clogged up. Or it could be the heating. People were telling me that laptops, they have a tendency to kind of, the cooling of them becomes less effective over time, more rapidly. That's what some people were saying anyway. So, do I have gigabit internet? I do, yeah. So the internet is not the problem. But yeah, I wanted to let you guys know about this. I'm actually not going to let you guys know when I'm streaming from my new PC, because I just want to see, saying 4K video test. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I probably will do the opposite, because you're right. It would be fun to kind of test things out and see, see the difference. I was thinking about just not telling anybody until the next event we stream, but I have no idea. Will I stream in 4K? So here's the thing about that. I think it's obvious this PC could handle 4K streaming. The reason why I'm not going to stream in 4K is because in order to stream in 4K on YouTube, you have to give up latency. So you have to stream at what YouTube calls normal latency, which means I think there's about, I don't know how long the delay is. I mean, maybe it's like 15 seconds or something like that, but there's a delay. I always stream at ultra low latency. So there's probably at most like a 3 to 4 second delay between what I'm saying and when you guys are hearing it. And unfortunately with YouTube, if you want to stream with ultra low latency, you have to give up 4K. You can only stream at 1080p. But 1080p, 60 frames per second, smooth. I think that's perfectly fine. That's my assumption anyway. But yeah, I was excited to kind of make this announcement because a lot of you guys are like, MBG, how have you still not gotten a new PC? And Gamescom was the last straw, man. And we have Shems. Shems comes in and he starts off the day dropping 5 membership gifts for the community. Let's get some W's in the chat for Shems. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, it's a great time for me to just, let you guys know how you can support me. And, I have to thank you guys for the new PC because it's the fan funding. I'm trying to make sure I'm reinvesting in the channel. I have a little surprise. It's not a major surprise. See, I shouldn't say things like this, but I'm working on something for my layout here. Nothing major. I don't want anybody to get their expectations too high. It's really nothing major, but it's been something that's been bothering me for a little while. And I figured, get a new PC. Probably a good time to figure out what else I can do to optimize the stream a little bit and improve things. So I just, I guess I'm mentioning this because I just want to thank you guys. Shems drops 5 membership gifts. As I say, anybody who drops membership gifts, everybody who is a channel member, and everybody who donates super chats, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to, to do this type of stuff and to reinvest in the channel this way. I have to actually refresh my screen here because for some reason the super chats you guys sent. Okay, they're back. They're back. All right, they disappeared for a minute. A green screen? No. I'm not. So I'll let you know. Right now, there's no plans for a green screen. That would not work in this bedroom if I ever do a green screen. I don't know. I've never had an interest in doing a green screen because, I've always just been more interested in trying to make up a background, and I feel like that's kind of, as you see, it's what I did to a degree. It's not perfect, but I kind of prefer that option to green screen, although green screens are pretty cool. Reading super chats with an AI voice. No, that's a little bit, again, I don't know if I would ever be comfortable with that. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever be comfortable with that because it's it feels so impersonal, like people who are donating super chats. I feel like the least I could do is read your super chat, but that would be kind of funny though. Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to become a VTuber, guys. No, again, you guys you're going way too high. It's nothing major. It's really nothing major. But I'm about to just tell you what it is. All right, I'll tell you what it is. Should I tell you? I'll just tell you. I have to tell you now. I have to, because now that I've taken it this far, people are going to sit back and think oh my God, he's going to bring on Jim Ryan. Okay, look, guys, I'm just going to improve my lighting. That's it. I'm going to improve my lighting. Okay, I had to say it. I didn't plan on saying it, but I'm just saying I made a little investment, nothing major. Again, everybody back up. Everybody back the F up, okay? You're going to take off your hat when we hit 100K. But no, I'm planning on making some improvements, some significant improvements to the lighting and just the overall video quality. Because I think what we have now, it's totally serviceable. People don't complain about it. I think it's totally fine, but it's it could be better. It could be better. Yeah, we're going to get disco lights. And really quick, Exley 3000 comes in and drops another 5 gifts following up Shems, bring us to 10 new members on the day. Thank you guys so much, Exley. Really appreciate that continued support, man. Pretty much every stream, again, it really does mean a lot to me, guys. So let me give you some of your sound bites here. Give you guys your Crazy Arnold because I know you love it. And let's see. Maybe we'll do a Jim Ryan. Enough from me. Do a Jim Ryan. We need to hear more from Jim Ryan. Jim, come on. Come out here. MBG went crazy with the RAM and lights. He bought 30 ring lights. Oh my God. 30 ring lights would be disastrous in a room like this. It would look like streaming from heaven or something. It would look crazy. But no, I'm planning on just improving the lighting. I'm going to have a new PC. I want to just make things a little bit more professional as best I can, because it's the least I could do for you guys. I try my best to make sure I keep the content up. It's been a really slow month, but you guys continue to show up. You continue to show your support. And most importantly, though, in all seriousness, I will lose my mind if the first event I stream with this new PC, if it gives me lag or issues, I'm going to snap. At that point, I'm going to contact my internet provider and lose it on them. But saying get a desktop with a 4090. Dude, I don't need a 4090. Why do people say that? I don't need a 4090. You should stream events in 4K, in my opinion. Yeah, that I will think about that, because if I have the capability to up the quality of the event streams, even though the chat will be on a little bit of a delay for me, it would be, I think, pretty good. I'll have to ask you guys on that, It depends on what people want, do you want instantaneous back and forth between, well, truthfully, I guess maybe the events would make sense to stream with a little bit of latency, only because when we're watching the event, I'm not really talking to the chat. I'm watching and reacting. So saying aren't event streams 1080p anyway. Most of them are, but on occasion, they are at 4K. And I'm assuming in the future Sony's going to want to do that, right? And we have Duroc coming in, keeping this membership train going strong, dropping a membership gift as well. Thank you, Duroc. I appreciate you continually dropping membership gifts alongside the community members here. It really does mean a lot, man. He says, yes, sir. Yeah, dude. Appreciate all the support. I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment. I apologize keeping you guys waiting. It's a little bit of a longer intro than normal just because I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about this stuff. Just trying to make sure there's anything I'm forgetting. And Duroc, he drops another one. Duroc drops 2 membership gifts. The rare 2 gifts. It's funny. Sometimes I see some of you guys drop like 2 or 3 gifts in a row. Oh, the dude comes in. He follows up Duroc. He drops a gift of his own. Really appreciate that, guys. The dude, thank you for that, man. Really appreciate it. Let me give you guys a couple sound bites here. Duroc is like, you know what? I got to do 3. Duroc decided he's got to do 3. Really appreciate that, man. That's basically 4 memberships. That brings us up to 14 members on the day.
No matter what.
Give you a Joel for that one.
Finding something to fight for.
Let me see. And before I can continue, we got Craig Sargent. Craig, I think this might be the first time I'm seeing you gift memberships, man. Craig comes in. Let's get some W's for Craig, for Duroc, for the dude. He comes in. He drops 5 more memberships, getting off to a very, very strong start today, guys. Thank you guys so much, man. That's incredibly kind. We have an amazing community here. We're already at 19 members on the day, man. That is crazy. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. I actually have to update the goal here. And yeah, let me give you guys a couple sound bites. I got to give you. We'll throw Mark Cerny in there.
Rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do Kratos. Sometimes just have fun. You know, I can never hear these sound bites, which makes it funny to me. And Zombie Dragon gets in on it. Zombie Dragon drops a gift. Duroc follows Zombie Dragon up, dropping another gift. And then Hellbound 1981 closes it here. Or maybe keeps it going. One or the other, we're going to find out. He drops 5 more memberships. You guys are insane. Going absolutely insane, man. Full-blown membership train. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I really, really sincerely appreciate that support. I got to give you a holy shit for that, because that's, we are at 26 members. I know. All aboard the membership train. Yeah, I have to think about what I'm going to do this Saturday for the for members content. I might be in a little bit of a pinch. I'm not sure, because I think I have something to do on Saturday. So I don't know if I could do like a members only stream, but we'll see. I'll think of something. We've been having a good thing going every Saturday with some members only content. I've been enjoying making it. I don't know, maybe I'll ask you guys for some ideas. We'll see. And damn, you guys are going nuts right now. We got Samurai 23. He drops a $20 donation. Samurai 23, dude, thank you so much for that. That's a very kind donation, man. And then Exley 3000 comes in again and drops another 5 memberships for you guys, bringing us up to 31 members on the day. You guys are insane. Really, I cannot thank you enough, man. Thank you guys so much. You guys are happy. You're like, finally, MBG did it. He bought a new PC. No longer shall we have to suffer through these streams, never knowing what might go wrong. Dude, I gotta say, man, what really killed me is how many people I saw leave the stream every time. Like it actually became detrimental. I'm like, this is legitimately hurting my my viewership for these streams and for these events. And you know what? Massive shout out to those who are ride or die, man. To those who are like, I'll stay here no matter how much lag there is. You guys will be rewarded. Thank you for that, man. And Shems follows up Exley 3000's 5 with another gift as well. 32 members on the day, guys. Really glad I didn't start out today's stream with a goal of 25, because you guys are murdering it right now. Absolutely destroying it. Let me get this up to where it's got to go, and then I'm going to read these super chats. I apologize, as always, for keeping those who are super chatting waiting. Sometimes, we get these membership trains going. I go on and on. I can't help it. I know. I'm very long-winded. See, this is the thing, man. People always ask me, you're like, how do you talk that much, man? Like, how do you do 4-hour streams? And it's like, I don't know. I wish I could tell you. But somehow, some way, I have more to say. But yeah, thank you guys for that. Let me come back up here. I have a $10 super chat from PlayStation Pete. Thank you, man. He says, how is Firewall? I sold my VR2. We'll buy another if there's a new Astrobot game. Buying PlayStation Portal might sell out. Have to buy from a scalper. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of people making it sound like they want nothing to do with the PlayStation Portal. Pre-orders are going to go live at some point, and it will be interesting to see if they sell out. You're saying, how about a Venom expansion? Call of Duty not going to Game Pass. Yeah, so it's a loaded super chat here. Let me tackle it piece by piece here. First off, because I got another question about Firewall, I think from Exley earlier. I purchased Firewall Ultra. Okay, I pre-ordered it. I was fully expecting to be playing it this morning. Like, I had it ready to go, and for some reason, I don't know why, like, the game didn't unlock at midnight. I've never seen this before. It unlocked at 11 a.m., so about an hour before I went live, and unfortunately, I just didn't have the time to, like, I didn't want to rush it, you know what I mean? I would have probably had, like, 15 minutes, 20 minutes max to try it out, and I didn't want to rush it. Saying my mic is crackling. I wonder what's causing that. Hopefully it'll fix itself. Sometimes I hit my desk too, and I think that's what causes it. But I was not able to. Yeah, guys, let me know. Give it a. Hold on. Let me see. Let me mess with it a little bit. Make a couple adjustments here. Did that fix it? Now that I bought a new PC, now we're gonna have audio issues. Let me see. I'll check on my end. Sounds good now. Yeah, I don't know it could have been a loose connection. You know what it is? I think sometimes the plugin feeds right through here, and I think sometimes it gets snagged and it like pulls it out slightly. So hopefully that'll be the only time that happens. Just let me know if you guys hear it again, because that'll be the next thing. As I got a new PC, so now my microphone's gonna go, and yeah. The dude is asking what kind of PC. I'm not gonna go over it again, but it should be. It's pretty powerful. Pretty good, pretty competent. But PlayStation Pete, yeah, I wasn't able to play Firewall Ultra yet, so unfortunately, my impressions and my, my thoughts on it, because I was excited. I wanted to talk to you guys about it, but it's gonna have to wait till Sunday. So at least we'll have something to talk about on Sunday. Saying, dude, you're sure someone did not hack your account? I can't find your Gamescom stream. Yeah, that's because it's partially blocked. It's partially blocked, and there's nothing I can really do about it. This is the problem with streaming some of these events, is I always anticipate that all of these streams are going to get claimed, but, more often than you would think, they just get blocked. It's really annoying. Why did it get blocked? It's usually because of a song. Like 9 times out of 10, that's the reason why. Also, I just realized, guys, I think the reason why you were hearing crackling, it may have been because I was too close to my mic. So I got to be more aware of that. I do have audio software running in the background, and I forget that it actually amplifies my mic quite a bit. And sometimes I'm like screaming right into it, and I think it creates that crackling sound. So, but yeah, unfortunately there's so many different claims on it that it would be virtually impossible. I'll have to look into it. I'll see if I can double check when this is done, because it's so annoying, man. It's so annoying. saying you can sign up to become a co-streamer, then you won't get hit. I don't know. I don't think that's how that works. Does it? Maybe I'll have to look into that. Yeah, Boston Layer going at it now. Let me see. I got our PlayStation Pete. Let me finish answering your questions here. You're saying, how about a Venom expansion? That would be amazing. Yeah, I think a lot of people are thinking that in Spider-Man 2, we're going to have the opportunity to play as Venom. And maybe we will. I don't know that I'm confident in that, but I could see them doing... I mean, it would be a missed opportunity, in my opinion, to not make Venom playable somehow, some way, you know, even if it's through a dedicated expansion. Because I'll tell you right now, if Sony and Insomniac want to make the most amount of money off of Spider-Man 2, yeah, you put out a dedicated Venom expansion where you play as him. Yeah. Oh, you know what, actually, when you say expansion, because I'm thinking DLC, but, now, yeah, like a Miles Morales type expansion featuring Venom. That would be sick. We need that. And you say here at the end, Call of Duty not going to Game Pass. I know what you're talking about, PlayStation Pete. So for those who are not aware, Phil Spencer has been giving a bunch of interviews at Gamescom. And one of the things that he was asked about was, if the Activision Blizzard deal closes, when can we expect to see Call of Duty on Game Pass? And he said, essentially, like, not right away. Like, the way he said, I'll have to see if I can find the quote, but to paraphrase, he basically said they have a lot of work to do. It's not going to happen right away. It's going to take time. And this is strange to me. Okay. I don't mean to get conspiratorial here. If you're a Game Pass fan, please don't be offended. I'm just, it's the first thought that comes to my mind. If I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, all right? Keep me honest here, because I might be mistaken. I could have swore that there were like a bunch of Bethesda games that like immediately went into Game Pass after the deal closed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear, if memory serves, it was like within a couple weeks. Yo, hey, come on. I'm trying to stream here. Whatever. Somebody's saying no. Other people are saying true. Well, here's the thing. You're saying most Bethesda games did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like they staggered it a little bit. Like there were like chunks of games that came, to Game Pass. But it wasn't like a situation where you had to wait like 6 months, a year, or something like that. The way Phil spent his implication, he didn't give a specific time frame, but his implication is it's going to maybe take a year or two or something. And this is very interesting to me. We have Laughing Man 923. Laughing Man, thank you so much, man. He that's felt weird to say. Laughing Man, thanks, man. He decides he's gonna re-up his membership. Coming back to greatness awaits. Bring us up to 33 members on the day. Really appreciate that, man. Laughing Man's been showing a lot of support here recently, so shout out to you, dude. Very much appreciated. You're saying no, he didn't. He said just like previous acquisitions did. Okay, yeah. Apologize again. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know. I don't know where I read it. That's the problem. Like I feel like I just read it randomly on Twitter. Like somebody quoted him, but like I'm just saying it wouldn't. Let me just put it out there what I think may happen. I'm not saying it will, but it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me. All right. When you think about the amount of money that Microsoft just paid for not just Call of Duty, but Activision, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to like push it back as much as they can to get as many like full sales on the game. Because the thing is once you dump Call of Duty into Game Pass, there is no going back. Okay? Like going forward, it will always have to launch on Game Pass. I feel like, I don't know. Like I think a Treyarch's game. I got a question last week. Somebody asked me like, what do you think is going to happen with Call of Duty after the if the ABK deal closes this year, what happens to next year's Call of Duty? You know what I think? You're not going to see it on Game Pass. I think you're going to see Microsoft own Call of Duty, and you're going to see like Black Ops Cold War 2. I don't know what it'll be called, but let's assume that's what it's called. And it's not going to be on Game Pass day one. And I wouldn't be shocked if they try to push it back, because it's like, we need to make money back like very quickly because we just spent $68 billion. Could be wrong. I mean, I just think that's weird. I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know what the process is. The way Phil Spencer talks about it, he makes it sound like there is a process to getting games onto their service. That confuses me, because it's like, what do you mean? Like, if the game exists on the storefront, pretty much it's already there. You just have to unlock it inside of Game Pass. I could be wrong again, but I just think it's just a strange thing to me. You know, like you would think the way this would work is, oh yeah, once the deal goes through, we'll put Call of Duty on the Game Pass as soon as we possibly can. And that's what's weird to me, is you have to understand. You have to understand that, you know, Phil Spencer, he knows what he's doing. You know, he's media trained. He knows how to handle these questions. He knows how to handle the difficult questions. He knows how to say things in a very particular and specific way. And I just thought it was kind of fascinating that rather than saying like, yeah, we're going to try to get them in there as soon as we can, that still implies it's going to take time. But he's like saying like, we're going to get in there as fast as we can. But no, he words it in a way where it's like, well, you know, set expectations here. Might take some time. I'm like, well, okay. I mean, all right. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe there is a big process. I'm speaking out of ignorance here. You know, I guess it's just my mindset on it is, this is your service, and once you own the games, like like I feel like it should take no longer than a week. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how long would it really take to release Black Ops 2 into Game Pass? How long would it really take to release Modern Warfare 2 into Game Pass? I just don't get it. You know, we'll see though. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But the only thing I do know for a fact is Microsoft paid a shit ton of money. And they need to start making money back, man. You're saying he sounds worried? I don't think they're worried. But really quick here before I miss it, we have DeRock. DeRock coming in, keeping this membership train going, membership by membership. He drops yet another one on us. DeRock brings us up to 34 members on the day. Very close to that 40, which gets us very close to 50, which is crazy. That's crazy. Thank you guys so much, man. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Call of Duty. I just think the general expectation from the public, understandably so, is the day that Microsoft announces we own Activision Blizzard officially, you know, from that point forward, okay, so next year's Call of Duty, or maybe this year's Call of Duty, it's going in the Game Pass, right? I don't think so. I think that's what Phil Spencer's trying to prepare people for, where it's like, not yet. Not yet. Which is kind of fun. It's like not shocking to me, because it's like, make the money while you can, man. Because once you get people there day one for Call of Duty on Game Pass, that's it. There's no going back. Pragmatic Cat, longtime member for 20 months. Appreciate that, bud. You're saying, I don't understand all of the hate for the PlayStation Portal. It being remote play only gives it long battery life. It also has the best controller of any handheld. What's to hate about being able to play PS5 games on the go for $200? It's a great thing you're bringing up here, because that is one of the main talking points that I want to bring up today. Q Lite, Project Q, is now officially known as PlayStation Portal. It's not the worst name. What's weird to me about them going with the Portal name is it really, like, I think people almost want to say portable. It's a PlayStation Portable. So I guess maybe it works out. Guys, my cats have just been sitting here fighting each other for 5 minutes straight. They're insane. By the way, boss is perfectly fine now. I forgot to give you guys that little update because I mentioned in my last stream he seemed a little bit lethargic. He just had a really bad hairball, as I suspected. He had a really bad hairball. He was having trouble getting it up, and once he did, he's totally fine now. He's back to torturing Leia, fighting her every day. So I wanted to make sure to give you guys that update because some of you were really worried. So no worries, but he probably still does have to go to the vet soon because we're behind on that. Just for a checkup, you know? And we have Laughing Man 923. He comes in and he drops a 10 bomb. Laughing Man. He re-ups his membership and then he comes in from the top and drops 10 membership gifts. Dude, thank you so much, Laughing Man. Really appreciate that, dude. The support is just through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. That brings us up to 44. 44 memberships on the day, man. Laughing Man dropping those 10 bombs.
Thank you.
Love to see it, man. Gotta give you Long. Gotta give you the crazy Arnold. I gotta get more. Dude, I really gotta get more Arnold sound bites. I really do. I don't know. Dude, I don't know what to do. Because I told you guys I wanted to add more sound bites, and I realized, like, I kind of can't. I don't think I could hook up 2 keyboards. I wouldn't know how to do that because, like, they're going to register as one. I don't know. I don't know what to do. All right? I feel like I have such a limited amount. I'd have to start using just, like, random keys on the board that I never press at this point. But, dude, Laughing Man, really, though, thank you so much for that, dude. 10 bombs, absolutely huge. Going crazy, man. Let's get let me see. I haven't used any emojis in a while. Laughing Man's dropping bombs, bro. All right. So let me up this. We're at 44 memberships now, guys. 6 away. 6 away from hitting that 50 goal. Guys are bringing the heat today. Absolutely. Membership community still going strong. Supporting one another. Whoa. Opened up the wrong window there. Let me see here. So... really quick. MBG, NX Gamer released a new video and doesn't believe there will be a PS5 Pro. He explains the confusion, however. Sony will go slim to PlayStation 6. I might have to look into this. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe they'll cancel it. Maybe that's the confusion. Maybe they were going to do a Pro and they're going to cancel it. Nas says, damn, MBG, you got an intense, strong community. Yeah, we do, man. Shout out to this community. We have an amazing community here. Even at times like this, when there's, not a whole lot going on in the world of PlayStation in terms of like news or hype, you guys are still showing up strong and showing that support, man. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. But please, Pragmatic Cat, I want to make sure I can talk about this momentarily here because you're just asking, like, why is there so much hate for the PlayStation Portal? It's weird, man. I understand it to a degree, but then there are other aspects that I don't understand. So think of it like this. From what I can tell, most of the hate that the PlayStation Portal is getting is simply due to the fact that it's not a dedicated handheld. And it's totally understandable that people would be disappointed in that because if you think about PlayStation's history, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, and all the different iterations of those were dedicated handhelds. And for those who are not aware, I know most of you are, but just in case there are some people who aren't aware, the difference between the PlayStation Portal and what would be considered a dedicated handheld is the PlayStation Portal is a streaming device, not a cloud streaming device, but a streaming device. You are streaming through the internet your games that are running on your PS5 to your PlayStation Portal. Okay? So that's what you do. You need a strong internet connection in order to use this thing effectively. And there is also confusion out there where there are people who think that you can only use this thing in your home. No. You can take the PlayStation Portal anywhere in the world as long as you have a good internet connection, a good Wi-Fi connection. You know, you could be across the world. If you have a good Wi-Fi connection, you can play your PlayStation 5 on that device. And the quality of that depends again on the internet connection. You know, so if like, you know, if you travel, you're saying it's network based. You sure about that? You sure about that? I gotta get a soundbite for that. You sure about that? All right, I have it up in front of me here. Let's see. Since launching the PS5, we've been amazed to see how players around the world have embraced the generational leaps we made in the gaming experience, such as the heightened feeling of immersion delivered by the haptic feedback and adaptive triggers in the DualSense wireless controller. Our PlayStation community continues to give us a reason to challenge ourselves to bring new innovations to the market for all players to enjoy. That's why today we are especially pleased to share new updates about our upcoming hardware products. In May, we gave a quick peek at our dedicated PS5 remote play device, now called PlayStation Portal Remote Player, and our first wireless earbuds called Pulse Explorer. Today, we're pleased to share more details about these products and reveal a new PlayStation over-the-ear wireless headset, Pulse Elite. Both Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer deliver low-latency lossless audio from the PS5 and PlayStation Portal using our new PlayStation Link wireless technology. PlayStation Portal Remote Player. PlayStation Portal Remote Player brings the PS5 experience to the palm of your hand. It includes the key features of the DualSense wireless controller, including adaptive triggers and haptic feedback, a vibrant 8-inch LCD screen, and is capable of 1080p resolutions at 60 frames per second, providing a high-definition visual experience that's expected from the high-quality games created by world-class developers. PlayStation Portal is the perfect device for gamers in households, okay, interesting, where they might need to share their living room or TV, or simply want to play PS5 games in another room of the house. PlayStation Portal will connect remotely to your PS5 over Wi-Fi, so you'll be able to swiftly jump from playing on your PS5 to your PlayStation Portal. PlayStation Portal can play supported games that are installed on your PS5 console and use the DualSense controller. Now, when it says supported games, that's pretty much all games. I've never heard of a game that you can't play through remote play. It also includes a 3.5 millimeter audio jack for wired audio, PSVR 2 games, which require the headset, and games that are, that's interesting, and games that are streamed through PlayStation Plus Premium's cloud streaming. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me reread that. PlayStation VR 2 games and any game that is streamed through the cloud is not supported. Now, that's so fucking weird to me. Why? PlayStation Portal Remote Player will launch later this year for $200 US. Pre-orders will begin soon, or more details on pre-orders will come out soon. So, all right, let me see here. I'm looking for more details. They have a second immersive performance. During my demo with the PlayStation Portal Remote Player, I was impressed by the responsive and smooth gameplay from the very first seconds. Precision platforming felt tight and responsive in Astro's Playroom, as did landing critical shots and dodging enemy projectiles in Returnal. Tapping the PlayStation button and navigating to the PS5's home menu provided the exact same intuitive experience we've come to know and love, and it looked clean and clear on the 8-inch display. Additional context, PlayStation Portal was connected to the same local Wi-Fi network on a 5 gigahertz band channel, but other Wi-Fi channels work too. See, this is what I'm saying. No, like, you can take this thing anywhere and connect it to Wi-Fi. It's not local network only. Here's where people are getting confused. Sony is recommending Wi-Fi hotspot, I guess. Sony is recommending you connect this thing to the same network. That is the recommended. Like, if you want the best, most seamless performance, keep it to the same network that your PS5 is connected to. If you want to use this thing outside of your home, you're going to have to connect it to a hotspot, right? Like a separate connection. You can still access your PS5 and play your games away from your local network. But the thing is, the performance might be lower. It might be lower because, think about it. I don't know why people are so confused about this. Like, you can do this on your phone right now. Literally right now. Everybody listening to this, if you have a smartphone, you can download the PlayStation Remote Play app. You can go to your nearest hotel or whatever, local hotel, away from your home, and you can connect to your PlayStation 5, and you can stream games from your PS5 to where you are, as long as there is a hotspot connection. You're saying, so why do we need this BS then? Well, here's the thing. When I say I can understand why it's getting some hate, this is why. It's because a lot of people are like, this is not exciting, Like, this is not a PSP. This is not a PS Vita. This is not a proper dedicated handheld that we wanted. And because of this, it's a situation where it calls into question. I think, to me, the biggest thing is, how well will it work outside the home? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that is the big question, because people want a dedicated handheld so they can experience games natively, either in a portable form, just in a handheld factor, or on the go. That's why they want a dedicated handheld. They want that native experience where there's no lag. You're not relying on an internet connection. You just play it natively right through the hardware. This is the opposite of that. And one of the things I'm looking forward to doing, guys, is buying this and testing it and reporting back to you. Like, I'm going to buy this thing and I'm going to go somewhere. I don't know where I'm going to go. I'll go to like my local library or something, I'm just going to take it somewhere. I'll take it anywhere I can get a hotspot, and I'm going to test it out. And I'm going to see, like, does this feel like I'm playing a portable PS5? Or does it feel like it plays like complete shit because I'm playing it on a Wi-Fi connection or a wireless connection? I will tell you, I did try remote play one time on my phone, and I was at a hospital, and I was kind of shocked to see, wow, this actually works. Like, so the problem I ran into was connecting the controller properly. And that's where things got really screwed up. Like, I realized I couldn't connect I don't know why. I don't know if my controller was like dying or something, but I brought the controller with me because I figured, I'll give this a shot. I'll see if it works. And it was just funny that, like, I expected it to be a disaster. Like, it just wouldn't work at all. No, dude, I connected to the hospital's internet and I streamed from my PS5 to it. I forget what it was a while ago, man. I forget what the hell I played, but I was just like messing around. I was just like testing. I'm like, okay, let's see what it's like, and I think I used it for like 10 minutes probably, but it actually works. Although something I learned really quickly is, my God, dude, like, if you were using remote play on your phone, the on-screen controls, I don't know why they exist. Like, they are not usable in any capacity. Like, you need a controller. And to me, this is what makes the PlayStation Portal kind of interesting to me, because you're saying it has the best controller. It does. Like, it looks a little strange because it's just like you're going to be holding it like this. But the fact that you're basically holding a DualSense, that's actually pretty cool. But yeah, I think people are being a little bit overly harsh on the PlayStation Portal, because I think people are forgetting that, like, this is an optional accessory. Like, you don't need it. Like, this, and if you're somebody who's hoping, man, I want Sony to do another dedicated handheld, I think people need to really take a good hard look at the PlayStation Vita. Like they really, really do. They need to remember, because they forget so quickly, Sony did do a dedicated handheld and people didn't buy it. Now you could make the argument that Sony didn't support it correctly. Now maybe that's true, but what does that tell you? What does that tell you? They can't do both. Like they cannot make dedicated exclusive games for both the PS5 and a new handheld. Look at how much they're struggling, to a degree anyway, with PlayStation VR 2. We've gotten a single first-party game for PSVR 2 in half a year. I'm not blaming Sony for that. It's just the reality. They have a limited amount of studios. They have a limited amount of resources that can go into supporting these dedicated platforms. You're saying the Vita failed because Sony failed it. I think it's a little bit of both. Well, yeah, I think Sony did screw up in more ways than one with the Vita, but I think it just became clear that they couldn't produce games in the way that was needed to keep the Vita going strong. And they had to look, man. They had to support the PS4. Well, what do you think was the priority? You're saying MBG, they need pushback on this. I don't. But what? Let me ask you, in all seriousness, like, what exactly are we pushing back against? I mean, are we pushing back at, like, Sony? We don't want a streaming device. We want a dedicated handheld. Is that what we want? Because if that's what we want, we need to be careful what you wish for. You might just get the Vita 2. You might just get the Vita 2. And what I mean by that, and I know to a lot of people that sounds amazing, but what I mean by that is Sony might put out a dedicated handheld with like no support or very minimal. And when people ask Sony, why aren't you supporting this? Like, why aren't you putting out games? Because we're making PS5 games. We need all of our resources to go into that because they're taking longer than ever before. You see what I'm saying? This is why I can't blame Sony. I'm not saying it's the best idea, this PlayStation Portal. Like, I'm not saying like this is a 10 out of 10 device. But it is truly the only realistic middle ground that Sony could achieve right now. Where it's like, it's a DualSense with an 8-inch 1080p 60 FPS screen. Connect it to the internet, and you can play your PS5. By the way, you don't need to buy it. You know what I mean? This is where I'm just saying it. People say like, oh, they're wasting resources, whatnot. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Like there is an argument to be made that like, why does this exist? But I will tell you, and maybe this is anecdotal, but I've seen a ton of people saying they're getting this thing and they plan to use it in their house or when they go out. So it's like, maybe there is actually a market for this. And this is, I don't know, it is strange to see this thing getting so much pushback because I just don't understand why people are acting like Sony is saying like, you need this in order to play your PS5. Or like, you have to buy this. Like, dude, it's an accessory, man. It's no different than the fucking Xbox Series X mini fridge. You don't need it, but there's clearly a fucking market. There's a market even for the Xbox Series X mini fridge. People went out and they bought that shit. Is that even remotely a requirement to play your Xbox Series X? No, but some people want it. How is it any different? Like I think people are just upset that it's not dedicated, and I get that. I will say, yeah, because I see you mentioning it, you're saying this would have made more sense if it supported cloud, but no cloud supports an L. That is fucking strange to me. And I really would love to know Sony's reasoning for this, because they don't like you just announced a new cloud push where it's like 4K cloud streaming with PS5 games. Now you're putting out this portable handheld device, and you can't play that. That is, if there's anything that people should be like looking at Sony with an eyebrow raised, being like, "What?" It's that, because that to me is very, very, very strange and makes zero sense. And I would love to know why that can't. Cause like it literally makes no sense. I cannot understand why they're saying you can't stream like PlayStation Cloud games on this device that is required to have a strong internet connection to function or use. That to me, out of everything here, is like, whoa. You're saying they're protecting the servers? I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. No, even then, I don't think so, because you still have to stream it technically through your, well, I don't know, man. That to me is, I would love Sony to explain that. But I'm not trying to defend it, because it's like there's nothing to defend here. Just like there's nothing to get upset about. Like this, I think people are just a little bit rambunctious right now. I think they're a little bit anxious. And I think that it's understandable that Sony is being quieter than ever before. Sony is not saying shit about shit. Okay, we know this. Sony's not saying shit. But they come out and they talk about this. And I think it's clear, like, you may as well paint a target on this thing, a bullseye, because people, it just feels like Sony is ignoring the core fans to a degree, not completely, but just like they're not really communicating very much. They're not giving a roadmap. They're not talking about future games or anything. You know, we're in the dark with their studios. And then they're just like, we are going to talk. Check this out. You want to buy this? It's like a lot of people are just going to turn and be like, no, I don't want to buy this. What are you doing? And I get that. Like, I think that's where the frustration comes from. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't think people are as upset with this device as they make it sound. I think they're just a little bit upset with Sony in general and the way that Sony has been conducting themselves when it comes to PR and communication. And even me, dude, like, I have no problem with this device and I'm going to buy it. But even I thought it was just weird that they're just like, here's a blog post with all the details. It's like, oh, okay. That's not exciting. It's just like, okay, I guess. So yeah. Saying you really thought MBG would be totally against this. Listen, the reason why I'm not totally against this is because I just look at it as an optional accessory for people who might be interested in it. Like, I won't lie to you guys. Like, I told you, I'm like renovating parts of my living room, and my wife games out there, you know, and if she's gaming out there, you know, I'll game in here. This is where I'm just like, it'd be pretty cool to have something like this where I could just go chill on the sofa with her while she's playing on the big screen, and I got, you know, my little PlayStation portal right there. So like, I can actually see like this thing getting some type of use. But again, like, this is where if somebody says, I have no reason to ever use this, I can't blame you. It's a very case by case device. You know what I mean? Saying you already have it on your phone. Yeah, that's true, but I don't want to. I don't know. I guess it's just like, if it's something that I were to use somewhat consistently, I would really prefer not to have to use my phone. You know, because that's the thing, is it'll drain your phone's battery. You know, maybe it's just me, but. And I see that Hellbound 1981 is keeping this membership train going strong today. He drops 5 more memberships on us and gets us up to 49 members. 49 members on the day. We are 1 away from crushing our goal today, guys. Hellbound, thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate the consistent support you show me and this community. Love to see it, man. Let me give you
I sacrificed everything for my people. And I would do it again.
I'm expecting a package again today. I gotta make sure I don't miss it. Oh, yeah. I think I might have to dip out for just a second here. Got another package arriving, man. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. Hang tight. Hang tight, guys. Yeah. All right, guys. I will be right back. I got to go grab this package. I can't leave it sitting out there. I'll be right back. Sorry, my mic was muted. Sorry about that, guys. Saying, all right, MBG is gone. Time to commit a crime. I know. I always forget when I mute my mic, man. Like, it's a nice feature to have, but I always forget whenever I hit that button. All right, so we're going to talk more about the PlayStation Portal. Or I don't know, maybe this will be the only time we talk about it, but I guess I'm just saying, like, it's a device that I think is causing more pushback than is really needed. Like, $200, you basically get a DualSense with a 8-inch 1080p screen, and you can use it in your home, and you can take it anywhere where you can connect to the internet. I totally understand why a lot of people might think, well, that sounds totally useless. Why would I ever use that? I get it. You don't have to. Dude, don't buy it. Like, don't buy it. Save your $200. And just, if you want a dedicated handheld, just try to send the message to Sony. We want a dedicated handheld. But, you know, again, I guess I just feel weird because it's like I see so many people saying like they're interested in it. And that's why when I see people like kind of getting frustrated with it, it's like, guys, there is an audience for this. Like, there are people who want to buy this. Do you realize that? Maybe not a lot, maybe like a ton, you know? But yeah, it's not a big deal, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. And we have Synthers G-Man. I hope I said your name correctly, but Synthers G-Man, I think this is maybe the first time I've seen you gifting memberships, dude. He drops 5 memberships for this community, and then Shems follows him up with another membership gift of his own. Guys, you crushed the goal. You bring us to 55 members on the day, absolutely obliterating it, dude. Thank you guys so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for these guys. Always love to see. I think, yeah, just seeing new people start to gift memberships is always cool to see, man. So thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the community. I'm going to update this member goal really quickly, and we will continue having this conversation. I have super chats. I'm really backed up on super chats, so I need to start reading them. Let me just make sure I update this. 55. All right. Yeah, huge numbers today, guys. Huge numbers. 55 members. Love to see it, dude. Really appreciate that. You're saying $150 was the right price. I mean, yeah, I get $200. I'm not gonna lie, $200 is not cheap. You know, like that's a good chunk of change there. I just think it's one of these things where people have to make the decision. Like, if you're interested in it, does it feel okay at that price point? You know, I think I saw some people saying they would wait for a sale or something. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but yeah, just, and you know what? I'll actually, before I move on, I'm gonna put a poll up. Will you be buying a PlayStation Portal? All right. Vote on that poll. Be curious to see what you guys say. Josh with a $5 super chat. He says, I don't know why y'all are saying RE8 isn't scary in VR2. I just beat that part with the baby in the basement, and the amount of poo in my pants was unbelievable. Yeah, you know what, actually? I guess I didn't really think about that. There are definitely some sections of RE8 that would probably be pretty damn scary in VR. It's been a little while since I beat RE8, and yeah, there were some pretty freaky moments. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you know what? Speaking of horror VR games, I watched that trailer for Madison VR, and dude, I was looking at the comments on that trailer. And I saw a lot of people saying like this was one of the scariest games they ever played, and they have no idea like how people are gonna handle it in VR. And I gotta admit, it really started to get me like wondering, like, oh shit, like I'm very inexperienced with VR, and people are saying this is like the scariest game they ever played. I don't know, man. I'm like excited but really nervous at the same time. Like I really am. I don't know how I would handle this. You're saying it gives you anxiety talking about it? Yeah, everybody keeps saying like blue knees. I don't know what that means. I saw everybody in the comments like saying like the blue knees section. They keep referring to it. I don't know what that means, man. But shit's getting me. Yeah, it's freaking me out. I won't lie. It's freaking me out quite a bit. I'm like, damn, bro. Scary stuff. So we have 127 votes in the poll so far. 37% of you are saying yes, you're going to buy a PlayStation Portal. 63% so far saying no. So guys, if you're in the chat, make sure you vote on that poll. Yeah, I have a bunch of super chats I got to get through. So let's start getting through them. Josh, thank you for that, man. Michael Lynch, thank you. You're saying one time you should have AI Schwarzenegger read the chat. Yeah, guys, so if I wanted to do that, which program would I have to download? Because that actually sounds really funny. I didn't think of that. Having Arnold read my super chats would be actually pretty incredible. I need a program. Something that's free or cheap. Not dangerous in any way. Let me see here. Craig Sargent gives us a bunch of thumbs up. I think that comes after I don't know if that's for his membership gifts, but either way, thank you for that, man. All right, let's see. We got BB12, member for 4 months. He says, oh, I lost you. Man, I am really behind on super chats, aren't I? BB12 says, thanks, MBG and community. It's been a ride. Oh, and MBG, will you finally get into Cyberpunk when Phantom Liberty drops? Right now, I'm not planning on it. I don't know when I'm going to ever get I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to Cyberpunk, let alone when. I don't have any problem with it. It's tough. I mean, I still honestly do think a little bit about, I do think about the launch, but I try not to let that decide whether I'm going to play a game or not, really, especially like years down the line, because they already made their money. But yeah, the Phantom Liberty DLC does look pretty good. I know there's a lot of people hyped for it. You're saying I'm missing out. I probably am. But I will tell you this, BB12, if I do decide to play Cyberpunk at any point, I will let you guys know. And I'll definitely give my thoughts on it, for sure. You see, we got Buck here. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. You're saying, I'm hard on Jim Ryan. If he bought Bethesda Xbox, would be dead. ABK merger, he wasn't concerned. Then spent 18 months embarrassing Sony just to sign the 10-year deal anyway. And now Sony is MIA. Time for Jim to get smoked. Damn, dude. Yeah, I will say, like, I'm trying to be reasonable with my thoughts on Jim Ryan as the leader of PlayStation because truthfully, he hasn't been that bad. Like from let's get we need to separate a couple things here. We need to separate how PlayStation is doing in terms of delivering games, doing their job, and as a business versus how they're communicating. And one thing I've learned under Jim Ryan's leadership is that the communication is the worst it's ever been with the core fans. And I might actually do like a little reaction to this. Maybe it's pointless to do because I'm going to mention it now. But I listened to, I think, the most recent Sacred Symbols episode, which I enjoy listening to those guys. And Colin Moriarty was talking about this, and he was kind of talking about Sony and like why they're so quiet. And he said something that I thought was interesting because I think he might be right on the money. He said that Sony today seems like they understand that most people, like the overwhelming majority of people who play video games, don't give a shit. Like they don't care about the showcases, they don't care about the state of plays, they don't care about the announcements, they don't care about the studios, they don't care about what might be in development. Like they just watch some commercials, like they just see some Spider-Man ads or a new Spider-Man trailer and they're like, yeah, it's awesome, you know, I'm going to buy a PlayStation, I'm going to buy this game. And he basically said that he thinks Sony is focused on communicating to those people because, and this is the important part, because they know that the people who are core to the audience or to the platform, the core audience is going to be there anyway. Whether Sony talks to us or not, and this sounds kind of shitty, but I think it is true. Whether Sony talks to us or not, as much as we want them to, they know we're not going anywhere. Like they know we're still going to buy the PlayStations. They know we're still going to buy the games. And it's true. It's true. You know, like Sony could say nothing and then launch Spider-Man 2 and I'm still going to buy it. You know, like they could just say, hey, we showed you enough of Spider-Man. But I'm not going to lie. I could try to lie to myself and say, I'm not supporting that. But it's like, no, I'm pretty sure you are, dude. It's like, yeah, I am, you know, fuck. I can't lie. You're saying that is shitty? I think it is shitty, yeah. It is shitty. And it seems like the reason why I was really focused on him saying that is because I think he's right. Like that actually sounds exactly the way Jim Ryan is conducting PlayStation's PR and communication. And it hasn't been all bad, but I put out and I might save this in-depth conversation. I don't know. Maybe I'll save this for Sunday, but I did put out a tweet just because I was genuinely curious to see the responses I would get. And I got a shit ton of responses just asking people, how do you feel about the current state of Sony PlayStation? And the common theme, the thing that kept coming up the most are people saying their communication fucking sucks. Like they are like the worst they've ever been at communicating with the fan base. And I agree. Dude, I'm not here to just bitch and moan, and I'm not trying to turn it into that. But you mentioned Jim Ryan, you're saying he's got to go. I mean, it's just I'm kind of torn because I know how Sony can operate in terms of communication underneath Jim Ryan. I saw it. You guys saw it in 2020. When Sony wants to speak to the core fan base, oh, they'll fucking speak. And they'll speak loud. And everybody in the back will hear it. We've witnessed this. But it just seems like everything is about being overly strategic. Because I think about, how come they were so communicative to the core fan base in 2020? You know why? Because they needed us. Jim Ryan needed us. Sony needed us. It's not like they didn't give us something. They did. Here's a launch lineup, a great launch lineup of games. Here's a great new console. Get excited. Like, okay, yeah. But they were talking to us. They were speaking to us. They were more concerned with us than everybody else because they needed us to be there day one. And it worked. It worked really fucking well. But I noticed ever since after that initial push, they just seemingly, okay, well, our job's done here. And we'll just communicate when we're ready, when it's necessary. And that sucks. Like, people saying that's shitty. It is shitty. Because I'll tell you what, that's not how Microsoft does it. And I know some people don't want to hear this, but that is their competition. And I will tell you, I look at the Xbox fan base, dude, Microsoft empowers their core fan base to, I would say, almost to a concerning degree, but they do. They do. They make sure that their fan base is loud and proud and is always something, Now, and don't get me wrong, like, it's not perfect. They have their fucking disasters too. And I will admit, at least Sony doesn't have that. You could make the argument that what is the benefit to Sony being more quiet? It's that, well, they don't have like these PR, at least not that often, like very rare. But, Microsoft, I'm just saying, like, this is where Sony is just handing it to them. Sony is just handing the PR communications win to the other side. And a lot of people are like, well, that's how Sony likes to operate. They like to stay quiet. They like to cook in the kitchen and, they'll only talk when it's ready. It's like, I get that, but it's like, dude, the fan base is getting antsy because it's like, that can only, like, we said that for a year and a half. And then we got a showcase and the showcase didn't deliver. So it's like, I'm starting to kind of get fed up with the way Jim Ryan is handling this, where it's like, you're fucking Sony PlayStation, for God's sake. And that means a lot of things. But one of the things that from what I can tell, because I've been following PlayStation for a long time, and granted, I may have fell off at one point during the PS3 era, and I've been following them for a long time, and I can at least speak to the PS4 era. Part of being Sony PlayStation means you get your fans, you treat them like the be all end all, because they are. Even if they're not, they are. That's what Sony did during the PS4 generation, and the fan base loved it. And it only made everything better. It only made the community stronger. And I will say that for as effective as Jim Ryan is as a business leader, because make no mistake, PlayStation's making more money than they ever have. PlayStation 5's doing incredible. Their games are selling better than ever. Like, they're doing just fine from a business perspective. I think Jim Ryan, frankly, does not have the same respect for the core PlayStation fan base that previous PlayStation leaders had. And if there's anything that I think will truly has the potential to tarnish Jim Ryan's reputation, like when he's done as PlayStation CEO and somebody else takes over, he'll probably go down as like the least likable, potentially. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was somebody worse back in the day, but he could be one of the least likable or least fondly remembered PlayStation CEOs that we ever have. But the thing is, and this is the reality of it, I don't think he gives a flying fuck. Why should he? He's doing his job. He's making PlayStation all the money. He's keeping the numbers going in a positive direction, and he's probably making good money himself doing it. So it's like, I get it. Like, why would Jim Ryan care? But that's what's frustrating. It's just because we know what it's like to have a CEO in that position that at least cares enough to try, to communicate with the fans. And maybe I'm a fool for this. But I am still holding out a little bit of hope. Again, I know how foolish it sounds, and I probably am wrong. I expect to be wrong. But I'm still holding out just an ounce of hope that they're still behaving this way in terms of communication because the deal hasn't closed yet. Because they want Microsoft to, they want to be ready to combat Microsoft when Microsoft is at their strongest. And it might seem like Microsoft is at their strongest right now. They are not. They're very strong, stronger than they've ever been because of Starfield, but they are not at their strongest. You're going to see Microsoft at their strongest when they have Bethesda and they have Activision Blizzard and they have Call of Duty and they have all these. They just have game after game after game after game after game after game. That's going to be Microsoft at their strongest, regardless of whether, like, Microsoft is going to have such insane output that it doesn't matter if they have a shitty game. I wonder if people know that. And I know how this sounds to people, like, oh, this is all doom and gloom. No, this is not doom and gloom. This is reality. Microsoft is going to have a new game like every couple of months, and they're going to have games releasing so rapidly in the coming years that it will not matter if they have a shitty game. Just look at Redfall. Redfall was a fucking cataclysmic disaster for Microsoft. But let me ask you something. Does anybody give a shit right now? No, they don't. Why is that? Oh, wait, that's right. That's because they have Starfield. You think Microsoft didn't know that? You think Phil Spencer didn't know that when he gave that interview? Maybe I'm a fool, but I just feel like Sony, maybe, I don't know, maybe Jim Ryan's smarter than we think. I don't know. We're going to find out. Maybe he's aware. These guys, our competition, the guys who are looking to knock us off the top, they're loading up. We have not seen their final form, and we're just now getting a glimpse at what they might be able to bring to the table going forward. We got to be ready. And we might thank them for that. We might thank Sony for that in the future. It's hard to say. We don't know the future. Phil Spencer just said in this interview, by the way, this interview that you're saying ready for what? I'll tell you what. Phil Spencer just said in their interview, yeah, we're going to have so many games, we're going to have to do showcases more frequently. Think about that. How Sony combat that? I don't know. Sony's not going to be the one with like 40 plus studios. Their competition is not fucking around anymore. That is abundantly clear. Sony doesn't want to drop from their top spot. That is abundantly clear. There is no roadmap right now. I guess I'll just leave it to you guys, because I just think it's an interesting conversation. If you were Jim Ryan, what would you do right now? You know every single thing that's going on at PlayStation. You know every single game that's in development. You know every single partnership that you haven't announced yet. Every single exclusive game you've signed that you haven't announced yet. You know everything. What do? You come out and you say, you know what? Time to put on a fucking show. Or do you wait and say, you know what? Let's just hold it and save it for when, when our competition is basically getting ready to fucking body slam us or try to. You're saying, Joshua says, I'd get off my ass and start talking to the customer base finally. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, it's interesting to think about, man. We just have to be aware. Like, look, I know how this sounds. It's cope, whatever. I get it. The reality of Sony's situation is they cannot ignore what's happening outside of their company. They cannot ignore the moves that Microsoft is making. They can't. I'm not saying that means, they should go buy a publisher. You know how I feel about that. They shouldn't. But they can't ignore what's happening because it's going to have a fucking massive, profound impact on their platform, on their player base, on their business. Maybe not right now, Maybe not right now, but it's going to have, we haven't talked much about the ABK deal, which it's good because it's like there's not, there's no reason to really talk about it. But I do think that, as things quiet down and everything kind of goes to the back of the mind, everything falls to the back burner. I think it's easy for people to forget once again, like what Microsoft is doing here. Like, they are not here to do anything other than dominate. And part of that domination is just hitting Sony with a barrage of shit that Sony can't keep up with. If you're Sony, you know this. If you're Sony, you got Spider-Man 2. All you have left is Spider-Man. That's all Sony has. Anyway, you're saying Sony is doomed Starfield is going to change people's lives. I mean, with the way people are acting, yeah, you might think so. No, it'll be fun. I will say things are going to heat up really quickly. Starfield's right around the corner, dude, and there's no doubt Starfield's going to fucking murder. But I want to see, like, okay, we're about to see how Starfield does. I'm curious to see, okay, how does Spider-Man do? Not saying like we should compare them, but I'm just talking about like just conversation, hype, zeitgeist, what's going on? How are people reacting? So it's weird, man. It's weird because, and this is the last thing I'll say. I apologize. I'm like way behind on super chats. I will get to your super chat. This is the last thing I'm going to say on this topic. Microsoft is being more aggressive towards Sony than they've ever been in their history. Okay? They have clowned Sony, and Jim Ryan has allowed this to happen. Yes, the super chat is true. You're saying Jim Ryan was busy embarrassing Sony for 18 months. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. To me, the lowest point in PlayStation's history potentially is seeing PlayStation CEO come out and basically try to beg for this thing to be stopped and to say our business will never recover. And they lost. Sony, I just need that to sink in, man. Sony lost. They signed the fucking deal anyway. Everything they did, well, I don't want to say it was for nothing, but it's like maybe their end goal was to buy as much time as they could. Try to get as much out of the deal as they could. And in that case, if that was their goal, maybe they succeeded to a degree. Went from 3 years to 10 years, being a thorn in Microsoft's side. But no doubt about it, from a public perception, absolutely humiliating and pathetic looking. It's just sad. It was sad to see. And now Microsoft, you can feel it. Can you feel it? You can feel it. Everybody can feel it. You can feel what's about to happen with Starfield. Okay? The Xbox fan base, even the fanboys, even the toxic ones, from top to bottom, they have more confidence and more robustness, I guess, because that's a fucking word we're going to use today, robustness, than ever before. You think Microsoft doesn't know this? Oh, they know. This is what I'm saying. They're actively trying to empower their fans. They're actively trying to empower their fan base. The most loyal fans. They are out there high-fiving them. They are out there waving to them. They're out there inviting them. And it's taken over, dude. In the bubble. Is PlayStation losing ground to Microsoft in Europe? No. What about the US? Not really, no. UK? Nope. Is Sony losing anything? Sony is losing something. They are losing the public relations battle. And they are losing badly. And right now, it might not seem like a big deal. Exactly. Right now, it might not seem like a big deal because the numbers don't lie, and the numbers say, Sony, you're fine. But this is what I will say. And this is where the big test is going to come up for Jim Ryan. And we're going to find out. If this continues, if Sony continues the way they are going into next year, good fucking luck, Sony. Because you're going to need it. You're going to need it. He's saying, dude, you're way over-exaggerating. I don't want to be over-exaggerating. Do you understand me? Okay? I don't want to see a Sony succeed. That means I don't want to see a Sony that's successful that is a Sony that says we don't have to communicate with you. Because that sucks. But I could, yeah, you're right. I probably am tripping. I probably am. You're right, dude. Jim Ryan's probably fucking watching my stream right now, laughing his ass off, being like, what an idiot. If this guy only knew. You're fear mongering. Maybe, well, maybe it's because I wish Sony would feel that a little bit, I'm tired of Sony acting so fucking cool all the time, Like, be concerned for once. Even if you don't fucking have a reason, just pretend to be concerned, will you? All right? That's all. Because I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you right now. Sony ain't concerned about shit. They're not. Sony's like, yo, Concord. Fair games. Bungie's Marathon. Ooh. You like that? You like that? You want more of that? Oh, we got more of that coming. Sony ain't worried about shit. I know. Everything I'm saying is basically fear-mongering. But they're not, dude. They're not worried. And, dude, Jim Ryan's over there like, he's just, I don't know. He's counting the days until those live service games drop. And who could blame him? Either that or Jim Ryan's like, there's only one thing that can save us now. GTA 6. Nah, I know. I'm just fucking around a little bit. It's not nearly as serious as I'm making it sound. I'm having a little bit of fun with it, but to be on a more serious note, because I said that this was the last thing I was going to say on this topic, and I still went on for like 15 minutes straight. And on a more serious note, personally, I just really would like to see Jim Ryan change up the strategy a little bit when it comes to the communication with the fan base, because these blog posts a lot of times are fine, but other times it just feels like this is so boring and mundane that it's like, okay, like, can we do a little something? Just a little something, maybe. All right, let me move on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Supremacy 101 says ABK is Microsoft's mid-gen upgrade. In the end, it's all about them IPs. Why hasn't Sony shown gameplay of their upcoming live service titles? Great question. Great question. Well, Herman Holst, I'll have you know, Herman Holst seems to believe that we, the PlayStation fan base, will be delighted when we see the first gameplay of Concord. That's what he said, not me. That's what Herman Holst said. What do you think? Do you think we'll be delighted? I hope so. I would love to be. I hope so. I hope so. You're saying what would be your ideal way for communication? It's a great question. That's a fair question and a great one, because you know the saying, like, be careful what you wish for? I think this might be one of those situations where the reality is Sony might not have anything too exciting to say. It might be that. It just might be that we don't have enough to say or anything that exciting right now, so we're just not going to say anything. Because think about the things that Sony has been grilled for the past like 3 or 4 years. Most of the grilling of Sony has come in the form of they over-exaggerated, or, they lied. Sony lied. Sony's a liar. Jim Lying Ryan. They've garnered a reputation to a degree of, like, lying about stuff. Even though we know a lot of it isn't a lie. I just watched this Mystic video that came out. And I might do a reaction to his video because it was so good. And I didn't expect him to tackle this topic, but he put out this, like, video where it was very objective. He's not giving his opinions, really, asking, like, did Sony lie about the SSD dream or whatever? And he went over, like, each thing, going back to the things that Mark Cerny said, and it was I even saw that there was a little bit of drama even in his comment section about it, where I'm like, Jesus, man. Anyway, Supremacy 101, I think you're right, man. I don't think Microsoft's worried because, yeah, they're about to get unlimited intellectual property with Activision Blizzard alongside Bethesda. You're right. That is their mid-gen refresh, man. Brandon Martin, you're saying, I'm a QA tester for Microsoft. They can't bring everything day one because of licensing. Things take time to get everything there day one. Okay. Brandon, I appreciate you giving me that insight. I had no idea. I didn't even consider that fact. I guess just the assumption to me, and this just goes to show, like, I'm on the outside, I don't know these things. The assumption was, hey, you own them. You could just pick them up, drop them in. But yeah, I guess licensing. It's always licensing, isn't it? With everything that always holds everything up. All the red tape nonsense. Interesting. Well, I guess Well, you know what? If that's actually what is holding Microsoft back, or not holding them back, but like what might hold them up, is what I mean to say. I have to imagine they're gonna try to be aggressive about it. Then, like, they're gonna try to very quickly, like, okay, let's get these licensing issues taken care of. Let's get these games on there as quickly as possible, because that'll be a big win, right? I mean, that will be big for Game Pass. The day that Microsoft can come out and be like, hey, we're dropping a bunch of Call of Duty games on the Game Pass, that's going to be huge. So I imagine that's something they're going to try to aggressively work towards. So yeah, I guess maybe I've changed my my mind on that. So I appreciate that, Brandon. Thank you. We have Ran718, or Rain, I'm not sure how you say it. You're saying Sony still has marketing rights. That's the reason. Right now. Yeah, it's so weird. We're watching the Call of Duty gameplay presentation at Gamescom, and you're seeing the PlayStation button prompts popping up. It's like, this is awkward. And early access to the campaign, early access to the private and public beta, or yeah, I guess it's a beta. For PlayStation. So weird. And this is the last year they get that. And I'm totally cool with that, dude. That stuff I always thought was stupid. I understand why Sony does it. It works. It's effective. It works. But I've always been kind of annoyed, like, Sony, come on, man, stop wasting your money on this shit. Like, it's just, come on. We don't need that. It's Call of Duty. Just let people play it at the same time. It's fine, man. It's Call of Duty, So I'll be happy to see that over. Although it does make me wonder. I will say, it does make me wonder if, now that Sony's not going to be able to do a marketing deal with Call of Duty anymore, they've been doing this marketing deal for Call of Duty for like a decade now. Are they going to try to find another shooter? Like, are they going to partner with the next Battlefield maybe, or something like that? I don't know. Maybe. Let me see. And we got Supremacy 101 again saying, when will Sony make their next acquisition? 2024, 25, 26? Probably 2024. It could happen this year, but I imagine they're probably still on the hunt for some studios. So I could see something even happening this year maybe, but I just don't know who it would be exactly. But I'll say 2024. Sometime in 2024, we'll see another acquisition from Sony. I'm not even going to bother speculating what that acquisition will be, though. Drive by Joe, you're saying there are a lot of 2D games I want to play on it. Well, there you go. See what I'm saying? Like, it's different for everybody, man. Everybody's got to make their own decisions, dude. And I just think, I don't know, man. I just don't understand the hate. That's what I don't get. Like, I understand the reasoning that some people give, where it's like, yeah, that makes total sense. Totally get it. But then there's just like this hate, this like wave of hate that comes out of nowhere, where it's like, what the fuck is Sony doing with this PlayStation Portal bullshit, Or not even angry hate. It's not even angry, it's just like they're laughing at it. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Like, sure, like, I mean, we've seen some dumb shit, dude. Like, this is the PlayStation Portal is definitely not the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's not. It is questionable in some cases, but definitely not the dumbest thing I've seen. And that's what's weird, is like people making it sound like it's like, oh my God, what is bro doing? Like, I don't know. They made the PS5 a Wii U. Come on now. Sony, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're saying its redundancy is the worst thing about it to me? I will say, if Sony didn't make remote play available to download on every smartphone, this thing would probably seem way more useful to a lot of people. I will say that. So maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right about that. It is a bit redundant, but I gotta say, I am curious, man. I was watching some videos because some content creators actually got to go hands-on with it. And I was watching it and I'm like, dude, that thing looks really comfortable to use. Like I know somebody, I think it was Pragmatic Hat, he said like it looks like it has the most comfortable like feel or controller. And I'm like, the DualSense is one of the most comfortable controllers I've ever held. So if when I'm holding this thing, it's just like holding an extended DualSense, that's pretty awesome. I kind of like that. But talk about a backhanded compliment. Yeah, dude. Josh Z, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying parents are going to mistakenly buy the Portal for their kids thinking it's a portable PS5. Can't wait for those stories. It's all part of the plan, Josh. Don't you see? Sony knows this. Sony knows that parents are going to go into the store this holiday season or go online and think, oh, this is a great Portal. It's just like the Switch. It's a PlayStation Switch. I'm going to buy it for my child. And they're going to open it and they're going to realize you need a PS5 for that. And they're like, well, I guess I have to buy a PS5 now. It's genius. It's genius marketing, bro. Not even marketing. It's just a genius tactic to get more PS5s in the homes of kids who didn't know that they needed a PS5. The great Sony setup. I love that, dude. Obviously I'm being comical about it, but I genuinely wonder if there's any merit to that. Like I genuinely wonder if when they're coming up with this, they're like, so what if like, how many people do you think are going to buy this not realizing they need a PS5 with it? I have to imagine when Sony releases this product, it's going to say on the page, on the box, it's going to say PS5 required. PS5 required, Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, man. I won't lie. M's Odyssey, you're saying the Portal is going to be a hit. Asia and Europe have good Wi-Fi structure, unlike America. Gen Z and casuals love gaming on the go. No Bluetooth plus LCD equals money. Yeah, well, you know what, man? I'm gonna laugh my ass off if this thing is actually like a big hit. Wouldn't that be some shit? Because like I think everybody immediately thought like this thing's gonna fail. Even I was like, whatever, Q Lite, okay. And everybody's just like, yeah, this thing sucks, dude. Like no one's gonna buy this. And then I noticed this time around with this announcement, like they gave it a name, they're giving more details about it, they're marketing it a little bit. I'm telling you, I'm seeing more people there's probably still more people clowning on it, but I'm seeing more people this time being like, yeah, I think I'm going to pick it up. I'm interested in it. Although I will say this is some pretty interesting anecdotal evidence here. 411 votes on my poll. Only 30% of you guys in the chat right now are saying you're going to buy the PlayStation Portal. 70% are saying no. See, that's it. I will say this is interesting to me because I consider almost everybody here, pretty much everybody here, I would consider you guys like the core audience for a product like this. So we'll see, man. We'll see how it does. Maybe Sony doesn't care. I don't think Sony is expecting this thing to blow up, How do I hide this? There we go. We see we got Naz saying, why is it that Capcom is putting their heavy hitters on VR, but no Last of Us? Yeah, I don't get that. That's a great question. It is kind of strange to me that, a partner publisher in Capcom is putting big heavy hitters like Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 and like not just like half-assed versions. The entirety of these games that are reworked to take full advantage of PSVR 2. It is kind of strange that we are seeing Capcom do that type of stuff, but Sony hasn't done something like that for a game like The Last of Us. Because I'll tell you right now. Because Last of Us is like my favorite game, man. Like my favorite PlayStation game, the first one. Could you fucking imagine if Sony was like, here's The Last of Us Part 1 for PSVR 2, where you can experience the entirety of the game in first person? Just pretty much like you can Resident Evil 8. The entire game. From start to finish. That'd be fucking insane, dude. Like that would be the best PlayStation, not even PlayStation VR 2, that'd be the best VR system seller ever. That would be fucking insane. But then again, it's easy to say that. Yeah, I know there's a first-person mod on PC and it looked pretty damn cool. So maybe in the long run, this is something they're working on, but at the same time, it's like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I could fucking answer this question. I wish I knew. I wish I knew why Sony isn't trying to get one of their heavy hitter developers. I know it's hard because it's like you got to take more time and resources to make something like that happen. But, you know, again, if Capcom can do it, surely Sony can do it. So I will see, because to me, that would be incredible. Like, that would be fucking astonishing if Sony was like, you can experience The Last of Us Part 1 in VR. Like, we custom made it just like Resident Evil. I'd be blown away. I'd be truly blown away. But I'll tell you right now, like, something like that, 99% sure not happening. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. We will see. Capono, member for 4 months, saying, when stick drift happens, what do? Is it then a paperweight? That's fair, man. That's fair. Stick drift has been a problem. Still a problem. Sony has a solution if you buy the DualSense Edge. You still have to pay for it, but I don't know, dude. I wish I could tell you. But that is, I think, of a viable reason why some people might be concerned. $70 for a new controller versus $200 for another PlayStation Portal. Kendallfire22 saying remote play on a phone is annoying. You can't use your phone to text, etc., while playing a game without ending the stream. I'm buying a Portal day one. Exactly. Yeah. That it's just not nearly as convenient, And that to me is what this device is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a convenience device where it's like, if you want to just move away from your PS5, you want to be in another room, another part of the house, you want to go outside, out back, whatever. I mean, even on my streams here, I've seen people saying like they're looking forward to, like, in the spring and in the fall or whenever the weather's really nice, just going out into their on their deck, on their porch, sitting back, playing their PlayStation Portal, or the Q Lite as it was called. I can't blame it like that. Yeah, I can't blame anybody for thinking like that's a cool thing to do, to be able to do, I will say. And it's a hell of a lot less annoying than having to use your phone. On the toilet. Yeah, there you go, man. On the toilet. How could I forget that? Of course. Doolin Jones. Thank you, man. You're saying, honestly, the handheld is a fair price. He says, I don't see the problem with it, in my opinion. It looks good. Won't be a day one purchase, but maybe get one on Christmas Day. The earbuds sound good to me. Might as well get one as well. Yeah, the earbuds, I will say the earbuds are premium, man. Like $200. Even I can say, like, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot. But I'm getting them. I have been waiting years for a product like this. And I think the PlayStation earbuds look really fucking good. I do. I think out of everything, that's probably what I'm most excited about. And I get it. There are people who are like, well, that's stupid. But again, it's like, dude, let me have my thing here, okay? Grass grounding is key. Yeah. The earbud. I will say the new Elite headset looks good too, man. Saying, do the earbuds have new Pro technology built into them? Yeah, it's the same tech that's in their premium earbuds. I forget what it's called. There's a name for it, but it's like this really, really high-end technology that's in like the highest end audio, devices and whatnot and headphones. So that's why it's so expensive, basically. And that's awesome to me. Like I would prefer that. I would prefer that. Like I would prefer Sony come out with a premium priced pair of earbuds like this that have the technology in them. That's like, this is the real deal. Yeah, planar magnets. There you go. I would much rather have that than them be like, well, we had to focus on a cheaper price point here and make compromises. Like, and I get it. It makes it less accessible for people, but I don't know. That's just kind of where I was like, if I'm gonna pay for something, if I'm gonna buy something like this, like I'd rather pay just a little bit extra knowing like these are the real deal, So I'm excited for those. But I want to say too, really quick, talking about the Elite headset. I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn on this because I don't really like wearing headsets. One of the coolest things about this headset is, first off, it's $150, which is like the cheapest item here. But this new Elite headset, it comes with a charging like stand in a way, like not a stand, like a hanger. It's like this piece. It looks like it almost looks like it was a part of the charging stand for the DualSense, like cut in half, and you can hang it anywhere, and you just place the headset, and it charges right from the band. I actually thought that was fucking awesome. That was really cool, because I feel like normally for the ability to just kind of hang it or place it down and have it automatically charge, a lot of those headsets, I don't know, they're usually even more expensive than that. So. But how good is the mic? Yeah, that's what I would like to know as well. Saying wireless charging would be dope. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe some headsets do have that. Do some headsets have wireless charging? All right, let me see. Dude, that shit, I'm not gonna lie. I had to read that over like twice. Like, am I reading this right? The 77 with a $2 super chat says, ain't no way you sack ride Sony this hard. What do you want me to tell you, man? Like, if that's how you see it, that's how you see it. But am I allowed to just live over here, bro? I won't lie, man. Like, that came so out of nowhere. That shit made me laugh. But can I just live? Like, can I just live and enjoy myself? Sony sack riders. Shit, man. I will have you know, the 77. I will take that $2 super chat and I will put that towards my PlayStation Portal purchase. Thank you. Please donate more. Nah, it's all good, man. Shem says, leave MBG alone. Yeah, it kind of brings Sackboy to the mind, doesn't it? I love Sony's Sackboy. There you go. Snitch says, and that's why I won't donate to you. That's fair, man. That's fair. Snitch is taking a hard line stance. He's like, I don't want to see. Nope. I don't want to empower MBG here. Nah, it's all good, man. I appreciate everybody who's here watching. All right, yeah. Apparently, there's like other news that's coming out that I got to get to. So let me make sure I get through these super chats. I think I'm almost through them here. We got Perfect Image, or sorry, Ansel. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Ansel D'Angelo. Member for 3 months. He says Sony knows that as long as they release those 2 to 3 AAA games a year, everyone will be happy and fine at the end of the day. Yeah, can't argue with that. I mean, that it is true that at some point we do have to realize that the games have to do the talking. Talk is cheap. So you got to think about, like, is Sony walking the walk? And excuse me, I feel like Sony's been doing a pretty good job with their game releases, and maybe not everybody agrees, but I've been pretty happy. I mean, dude, I'm really excited, man. It's called a staggered release. Don't hurt my feelings. So yeah, I agree, Ansel. Perfect Image. Thank you for the 5. You're saying, hey, MBG, you're getting the Q Lite for me. Maybe there's no features that benefit me. I'd rather use my iPad because it's streaming anywhere. I kind of forgot you could use it on the iPad. Yeah. You're saying why Q Lite or whatever they're calling it. I mean, so here's the thing. I have more incentive to buy the Q Lite than the average person. I hope people realize that, or the PlayStation Portal. A part of me is genuinely interested in it. You know, where it's like I think I might have a use case for this. I might. But you also people have to understand that like I do have the added incentive of like, you know, I have the benefit of I can create content on it in the sense that I can talk about it with you guys, I can experiment with it and give you guys my thoughts on it, you know, and most people it's not about that. Like for most people it's just there's only a singular reason to purchase it and that is because I want to use it and I have a reason to use it. And I'm not saying I won't. But that's just the reality, man. And so it's like I just want to make sure that this is factored in when I'm talking about it because I won't lie to you. If I didn't have a YouTube channel at all and I didn't talk about gaming at all in any greater way, I would be a little bit more like I feel like I would have to think about it a lot harder. I maybe still would buy it, but I'd have to put more thought into it. But I'm looking forward to trying it out though. Like I'm kind of excited, you know, to give it a shot and test it and kind of report my findings to you guys. Hell, I'll see if I can stream from it. Stream some Dude, that would be great. I'm gonna stream a couple rounds of. It's a multiplayer game. Even better. I'm gonna stream a couple rounds of Dead by Daylight, out somewhere. Like go to a restaurant or some shit. Just anywhere where they have internet. Well, I don't know if they would have a hotspot at a restaurant, but just somewhere. Anywhere they have internet. I'm just going to see if I can stream to YouTube through my PlayStation Portal and you guys can watch with me. That would be fun. That's a great idea. I'm going to keep that in mind. That'd be a fun stream. All right, let me see here. We got thank you for that perfect image. We have Beezer1138 saying thoughts on today's Sony acquisition of Audis. I must have missed something. I really must have missed something here. You know, I'll give my thoughts in a moment. I'm gonna go check what's going on and what I missed. Addies. Am I saying it wrong? Audis? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. Is that a studio? I'll look into it when I'm done getting through super chats. I'm almost at the end. The zombie fanatic with 2 super chats, or sorry, figuratively literal first. He says, I second the Tales of Arise recommendation. I think you'd really like the combat, and its story is very compelling. It has some darker themes too. Yeah, I'll have to keep this in mind, figuratively literal. This is the second recommendation I'm getting for Tales of Arise. I've been asking you guys like with these more like anime type games, where should I start? And you're backing that up. So I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if it'll be at the front of my mind, but I'll try to keep it there. So if that day ever comes, I appreciate that, figuratively literal. The zombie fanatic, you're saying you played the Order 1886 BFR underrated PS4 game. You're saying you agree Sony had lots of underrated gems during the PS4 generation. Yes, I did play the Order 1886, and in some ways it was underrated, but in other ways I think the criticism was warranted. It had a lot of weak spots, but it had a lot of really strong spots in the sense that like the potential is immense. And I agree that like I'm telling you right now, man, I don't care if this is a hot take or not. Sony dropped the fucking ball not doing more with the Order 1886, not giving it a second chance. Because that game world, I mean, even the gameplay itself, the gameplay wasn't bad. It needed a little bit more to it. It just needed to be fleshed out a little bit more. Less QTEs, better boss battles. But that game world, those characters, the graphics, right? Like it was all there, man. It was all there. And I really think Sony dropped the ball big time by not pursuing the Order 1886 with a sequel and trying to go, correct some of the mistakes they made. And now Ready at Dawn is gone, dude. think they were acquired by Meta. So saying, bro, it was a 4 to 6 hour game. Well, another thing is like they should have released it at like 30 or $40. Even then, that's probably pushing it, but the pricing was a problem as well. There are things that Sony had to learn and that studio had to learn from the Order 1886. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have loved to have seen them actually learn from it and be given another chance. Because I really, guys, I sincerely mean this. Imagine if at the end of the PS4 generation, we got an Order 1886 sequel where they fixed everything. No more QTEs. The game's a lot longer, more fleshed out. The combat's more in depth. There's more weapons. The boss battles are better. The story just as interesting. And it was up there. I'm telling you, that would be up there with games like Ghost of Tsushima and God of War and everything else. And we'd be talking about it now. It'd be like a mainstay. I think Sony absolutely fucking dropped the ball. I do. But it happens, man. It happens. Have you seen Xbox is being destroyed by Larian? Yeah, Larian telling Xbox they will separate the X from the S or the game won't go on it. This is 24 hours after Phil said they won't do that. No, I'm not. Is this just happen? I guess this just happened. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, I've seen multiple people mention Larian and what's going on. I have to check it out. Some of the stuff is like dropping while I'm streaming. And Victory, dude, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. That's very kind of you, saying in all caps, Xbox Series S games are now being allowed to be incomplete. Look at the news. All right, I have like 2 more super chats or 3 more. I'm going to read them and then I'm going to go check because I'm going to have to see what is this in regards to? Like, is this something Phil Spencer said? Am I out of the loop here? Is it because of Larian? I don't know. I'm totally out of the loop. I will go check the news. Give me one moment. Let me just make sure I get the rest of these. I got Zeus Titan 77 saying, is it feasible for Sony to acquire Ubisoft? You guys have to be trolling me. Well, Zeus Titan, I know you're not actually trolling me, but it just makes me laugh because I feel like now I'm getting this question every stream. No, it is not feasible. I think Sony could absolutely afford it. Yes. If you're talking about like, could Sony afford them? Yes, they could. But it's not feasible in the sense that they cannot, and I will continue to say this as long as I have to, Sony cannot cope with the overhead. They would be taking on 20,000 plus employees. Ubisoft is a lot of things, both good and bad. But one of the bad things is they seem pretty disorganized. Like they have just a lot of different shit going on and they're all over the place. And that is not how Sony operates. Sony operates the literal opposite way that Ubisoft does. And so there's no way I could see Sony taking that on. And it would be extremely risky. It would be ultra risky. So simply put, no, I would never expect Sony to acquire Ubisoft. But you know what's funny? Now that I've said over and over and over again that Sony would never acquire Ubisoft, you watch at the end of this year. Sony is pleased to announce that we are in talks to acquire Ubisoft. I'd fucking eat my shoe, man. So no, I don't think so. Pragmatic Hat, you're saying Sony Interactive Entertainment to acquire, am I saying this correctly? Audis? Am I saying that name correctly? Audis. That has to be how you say it. It's Audeze. A leader in audio technology and developer of award-winning headphones for gaming. Damn. Mark Cerny getting dead serious about the audio technology, man. I bet you this is for the PlayStation 6. I bet you that's what this is for. Because think about it. Like, Sony is going to have they're going to have some marketing points for the PlayStation 6, and audio could be a massive one, dude. I mean, they already did it with the 3D Tempest audio, but they could take it another step further. That's interesting. I'll have to look into this. This apparently happened while I was talking about other things. So let me see. Victory, you're saying Xbox dropped parity. Hold on one sec, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I heard my front door open, and my wife was out, and I heard my front door open, and I was like, "Oh, that's my wife." And I looked outside, I didn't see the car. I was like, so I immediately got up, ready to fucking go, bro. Like, it was my wife. I was like, who the hell just walked into my house? Shit was legit about to go down on stream, man. Because like, this is, every time this happens, I'm like, oh, her car's right outside, and for one, I like couldn't see it. I couldn't see her car for some reason. So I was like, yo, who's in my home? Sorry, I got an adrenaline rush right there, bro. No joke. I was like, this shit's about to go down. I got a pair of fucking nunchucks under my bed right now. No joke. Like, I will fuck someone up. No. All right. Sorry about that. I gotta recenter myself here. Show the nunchucks, dude. I could right now. I feel like aren't nunchucks like illegal? Oh, now I gotta know. Are nunchucks illegal? Most states, however, allow them. Up until 2019, 4 states had laws banning personal nunchuck usage. Personal nunchuck usage, including Arizona, California, New York, and Massachusetts. However, the bans in Arizona and New York were overturned. Okay, well, Massachusetts is the only state that still has a ban on personal use of nunchucks. What the fuck is going on with Massachusetts, bro? What do they got against nunchucks? Now, I really have like 2 pairs of nunchucks under my bed. Yep, that's right. I'm ready to fucking go Bruce Lee on someone's ass if I have to. So, I've been playing too much Sifu. No, I do not live in Massachusetts. They're coming for my nunchucks. Nunchucks are fucking awesome. Dude, you know what the funniest thing about nunchucks is, though? You will fuck your own ass up if you do not know what you're doing. And I'm not a master with the nunchucks. You got to be careful. You legit give yourself brain damage if you don't know what you're doing. But so random, dude. You know what? I should have grabbed my nunchucks when I fucking got up. I should have just grabbed them real quick, and you guys would just see me leave my room with a fucking pair of nunchucks. Sorry. That shit is funny. I'm laughing over here. All right. Saying show them on stream. Maybe I'll save it. Because I got 2 different pairs. I got one that's like a really fucking heavy pair. Like, if anybody gets hit with that, I would be concerned for their life, including myself. And I have a lighter pair. It's like just a basic wooden pair. It'd still fuck you up if you get hit, but I don't think they would be like lethal necessarily. BG about to go Kratos. Yeah, I want to see Kratos use some nunchucks, man. All right. Let's see. All right, I got one more super chat, and then we'll go peruse the internet because you guys are telling me I got to check a bunch of stuff. You put nunchucks as a skill on your resume. That's awesome, dude. Josh, thank you for hold on. I got Victory. He says it's anti-consumer if incomplete Series S games are the same price as the complete games on Series X. I agree. I think that yeah, there's no way around it. That's just a fact. It's, if you're going to be asking people for a Series S version of a game that doesn't have the same features as an X version, I mean, it is pretty anti-consumer. So maybe, I don't know, if Microsoft was smart, maybe they could work out a deal, sell it for like $10 less or something like that, I don't think they will, but yeah, shit's getting hairy out here with the Series S, man. It's getting weird. And Josh with another $10, he says, in 6 months, first-party games from big IP and adding cutting-edge VR support to GT7 at launch. 8 PSVR 2 exclusives from second-party partners taking advantage of the hardware Sony doesn't support PSVR 2. Yeah, I know. To me, it's obvious Sony does support PSVR 2 because you're right. Like, I don't know why I continue to overlook that GT7 is a first party, like major exclusive, alongside, Horizon Call of the Mountain. I just think that I think a lot of people like myself, like I said, we're eager to see um we're eager to see like just a really, really big, like quadruple A, if you will, just first party game. Like, and GT7 is that, but I mean something that's more traditional in the vein of like a traditional PlayStation exclusive that you would get on PS5. I don't know if so. I feel like Horizon Call of the Mountain is the closest thing we've gotten to that, but even then, I think a lot of people still feel like it doesn't quite. It's not that it doesn't capture the essence of Horizon, but it's so vastly different than playing like Horizon Forbidden West or something. So, but you're right, man. I mean, Sony absolutely is supporting PSVR 2, and anybody who says they're not is just objectively wrong. It just comes down to how you feel about the type of support that they're putting out there. If you feel it's not speaking to you and it's not exactly what you had hoped for, I think that's fair. But I think a lot of people are also very happy. I mean, again, dude, I know it's not a first party studio, but I just purchased Firewall Ultra, dude. It's installed on my PlayStation 5. And first thing I'm going to do when I'm done the stream today, well, I may have to do a couple other things first, but I'm eager to give it a shot, man. Like, I'm excited to play it. And that's a PSVR 2 exclusive that Sony funded. So let's go, man. Let's go. So I appreciate that, Josh. Let me go check what's going on here because you guys are telling me I gotta go see what's going on. Let me see. So I'm on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. Some of you guys are telling me to check something. PlayStation's Gravity Rush movie seems to still be in development and featured in the latest advertisement. Gravity Rush's cat scarf seems to be featured in the latest PlayStation production advertisement, which might hint that the upcoming movie is still in development. It does match up with the latest leak from one of the Gravity Rush Discord servers who said that the movie director is supposedly looking for an actor casting and the script is mostly done. Huh. Yeah, this is really interesting to see what PlayStation Productions is doing because I just saw that apparently we talked about this before, but a Days Gone movie is apparently in production or early production or pre-production or something. And Sony is doing more. Sony's doing more with the Days Gone IP, and now they're doing more with Gravity Rush. And I think this should give fans hope that we will see them maybe return to these games, And again, maybe Medieval too. All right, let me go check Twitter here, or X, sorry. Sony Interactive Entertainment. Jeff Keighley is the first person I'm seeing report on this, funny enough. Sony Interactive Entertainment announced today that it has entered into an agreement to acquire Audis, a leading audio technology brand and pioneer of high-end gaming headphones. Steven Totillo says Sony PlayStation keeps acquiring. Just bought headphone maker Audis, but Audis is not going PlayStation only and will remain multi-platform. Wow, this is weird. And now I see. All right, let me see what's going on here. So we have. I don't know. Is this a Larian developer? I guess it is. He tweets out, super happy to confirm that after meeting Phil Spencer yesterday, we found a solution that allows us to bring Baldur's Gate 3 to Xbox players this year still, something we've been working towards for quite some time. All improvements will be there with split screen co-op on the Series X. Series S will not feature split screen co-op, but will also include cross-save progression between Steam and Xbox Series. And it begins. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is a tough one. This is a tough one because it's like, on one hand, it's good that, oh, hey, you guys will get the game. On the other hand, it's coming at the like it's completely removing a feature. It also reveals that Microsoft is willing to make exceptions. I don't know. I mean, to me, this just reaffirms one thing that I've already felt for a long time. Saying MBG's trying hard to watch his words and not trigger Xbox fanboys. No, it's really not that. It's just, it's very simple, dude. Don't buy a Series S if you don't have to. It's that simple. Like, we are entering new territory here where, you know, people speculated when the Series S was first announced that eventually, like, compromises are going to have to be made. Here you go. You'll see people downplay it, of course. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying, like, oh shit, Xbox done shit the bed. They really fucked up. Like, they did fuck up here a little bit, but this is their solution. And it's what I would do too. Like, if I was in that position, I'd say just fucking drop it. We can't miss out on this game. I get it. But it's just, this should not make people who bought a Series S or people who are thinking about buying a Series S feel good. I'm not saying it's the biggest deal in the world. It's not. It's split screen co-op on one game. It's not the biggest deal in the world. But it does seem to reveal that there are going to be problems on occasion. And when those problems arise, if you're somebody who purchased a Series S, you might have to get the shit end of the stick. And maybe, I don't know, maybe people are okay with that. I don't know. I wouldn't care personally, you know. Like, I'll be honest, when I see a game, I don't know. I don't play many games split screen co-op. Frankly, if I were to play Baldur's Gate 3, I don't see myself playing it split screen co-op. But it's just, it's the bigger picture here, you know. It's the message that it sends, and the message that's being sent right now is that if developers run into problems with the Series S, compromises will be made, and if that means that certain features have to be cut, then that's what they'll do. So there you go, man. It's there you go. Let me see. Is there anything else I missed? I see everybody talking about Sony acquiring this audio technology company, but I'm not familiar with this company, so I just don't know like what it's really going to result in. I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. Stephen Totillo reports, in Microsoft's official Xbox requirements documentation, it says, quote, to maintain consistency across console generations, games must ensure that identical game modes are offered across console types within the generation, end quote. Well, who would have thought that Microsoft can bend the rules that they make? You know what's weird about this to me? Is that, like, surely somebody at Microsoft knew this was eventually going to happen, right? Like that, like, to me, that's the thing that's weird is this conversation happening where it's like, who didn't see something like this eventually happening this generation? It seemed fairly obvious that it would. So I guess I just don't know why. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be wise of Microsoft to not say that, right? Say like there must be parity, because if they didn't state that there must be parity, God knows how many games would be missing stuff on the Series S. It'd probably be a lot. Roshdom, you're saying we're really out here I think you meant to say complaining about split screen. I mean, maybe some people are. I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to use this mode or play this mode. It's not, again, it's not about focusing on the singular feature that is split screen. It's about the message it's sending. And again, like this it'll be interesting to see. Like you need to understand that Phil Spencer just sent the message to all development teams that if you contact him, if you contact Microsoft and you talk to them and you're having issues with your game on the Series S, they'll work with you. It's either that or Phil Spencer just sent the message that we'll pick and choose when we feel. We'll make exceptions when we feel like it. That's the point. Like, that's the bigger picture. And we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. You're saying can't wait for the class action lawsuit. I mean, yeah, Microsoft does have to be careful with this stuff, dude. It is true. Like they could find themselves in a little bit of hot water if it's like, dude, you have it in writing right there, part of the agreement. You know, like you told these players, anybody who bought the S, you told them like you'll get the same thing, and now you're about to deliver something that's not. So I don't know. I'm sure like if it's just like a one-off thing, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. They lied, says Victory. No. What are you talking about? Only Sony lies. Don't you know that? Microsoft doesn't lie. Come on. You kidding me? Have you listened to Phil Spencer in interviews? That man would never lie. Come on now. We all know Jim Lion Ryan is the only fucking liar out here. All right, let's see here. So some fanboys probably will try to start that lawsuit. Yeah, dude, you're not wrong. It will be the fanboys that do it, like the hardcore, toxic fanboys like, gotta fucking get them, man. Gotta get them. Nah, every company lies, man. Every company lies. Every company, every business at one point in time, they'll say one thing and they'll do another. It's just the way it goes, man. You're saying it's only bad when, very bad when Sony does it. Dude, it doesn't matter anymore, man. It doesn't. Like, what I've learned is that a company is able to get away with things at certain times, and other times they're not. I think that's what people need to realize about these situations. Like right now, the reason why Microsoft will just breeze on by, and people will actually praise this, just so you know, like people will praise this. They probably already are. I didn't really look, but I bet you people are excited and they're like, yes, we can get this game on Xbox. Like Xbox caused the problem, and then they solved the problem that they caused, and now they look like the heroes for it. And there might be some people that are like, hold on, what the fuck, you know? But those people are probably going to get drowned out. And you know why? It's because, dude, Xbox has a lot of goodwill right now. I'm not saying Xbox is completely bulletproof, but they kind of are right now. They are. They got Starfield coming up, and believe me when I tell you, man, like they had a good showcase. They have Starfield, and they have Game Pass. They're buying Activision. Like, dude, Microsoft can get away with a lot right now. And this is one of those things where, let me ask you this. Let's go back to April and May when Redfall released. How do you think people would be responding right now to this news if this news came out during that time? Do you think like people would make a much bigger deal out of it and there'd be a lot more scrutiny? Or do you think it would kind of just be breezing on by like it is right now, just kind of skating on by? I think it's obvious. They would get hammered way harder, way fucking harder. It's just the way these things go, man. It's the way these things go. Saying breaking parity sends the wrong message, in my opinion. I think it sends the only message that was ever going to be sent, in my opinion, and that message is that eventually we're going to fucking run into problems with this console, and we got to do something. I think that's the message it sends, and I'm not saying it's the right message, but I think that's the only message that was ever going to be sent. Well, to be honest, though, I did think Microsoft was going to hold firm with this. And you could argue maybe that was the smarter thing to do. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because if they held firm and they just were like, if you can't get your game running at parity, too bad. It's just weird because it's like you are hurting your player base, but you're also honoring your word, which you would think your player base would care about. I don't know. It's a interesting situation. It's an interesting situation. It's I'm kind of curious what the thing I'm most curious about, not that curious, but it'll just be fascinating as time goes on, how other developers might respond to this. Like, this is one of those situations where people should probably realize that Larian is not the only studio having trouble with the S. Keep that in mind. Like, they're not the only. I'm not saying a bunch of other studios are, but they're not the only one. They will not be the only one. In the future, there might be more. And if there are, I do wonder if they're going to basically just pull out the card. Like Microsoft, you let those guys do it. Why not us? And it could become a real fucking headache for Microsoft. So maybe they knew that. I don't know. It'll be really interesting. You're saying MBG, read the response from Remedy about this. Is it Remedy themselves or is it one of the developers, Gavin? You have to let me know. Because I'm curious. Like, that is one of the things I'm curious to see. Like, how are more than anything, I'm curious how developers are responding. Saying you think it depends on the situation. I agree, but it's like, that's where the picking and choosing is like, that's not going to be viewed kindly, man. It's not. Because I'm sure that there are at least a few developers right now that are like, what the fuck? Like, how come Phil made an exception for them? What about us? I don't know. Drive by Joe, thank you for the 5, man. You're saying you need to get the I'm telling you right now soundbite from the chick on the plane. You say it a lot. It'll be hilarious. Yeah, man, I would, but I feel kind of bad for that chick a little bit. Because, like, it's clear that she has, some mental health issues she was working through. And I saw that, like, apology video she put out. And she was clearly not feeling good about, the way people are talking about her memification. And I just can't help but sympathize and, with that type of shit where it's like, yeah, man, that sucks. But yeah, I do get what you're saying. And I do say that almost in that exact same way. I'm telling you right now. MBG, will you wish Hideo Kojima a happy birthday today? Yeah, I did see it was his birthday. Happy birthday, Hideo. I don't think he can hear me right now, but happy birthday. I think he's 60 now, right? Gavin, you're saying their communications director. Do you have a name you can give me? Because I'm just really curious. Well, he's their communications developer. I don't know if he's like a. I'm looking around now. Thomas. Okay. All right, let me see what he's saying here. Maybe he replied. I have to check his replies. Did he say anything, man? Because I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I don't see him saying anything. There's replies now. You're saying he tweeted it? Why isn't it showing up? Did he delete it? Because I don't see anything. I'm on his account right now. I just see him reposting a bunch of stuff. Talking about Alan Wake 2. Unless it's like way down. Yeah, dude, his last tweets are from like August 22nd, so. Oh, you're saying it's from a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't know that's what you were talking about. I know what you're referencing now. Okay. Yeah, yeah. It is what it is, man. I'm kind like I won't lie to you guys. I'm kind of over the whole Series X, Series S conversation. Like this is a situation where that's a decision they made. And there are some implications here with this decision that Phil Spencer made with Baldur's Gate 3 and making an exception. There are certainly implications, but it's not my problem, man. That's their problem. And that's anybody who bought a Series S, that's their problem as well. It sucks. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe Series S owners are happy. Maybe they're just happy they'll be able to play it. I don't know. But I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with that stuff, because it's like, this is kind of why I think a lot of people maybe don't want Sony to even do like a PS5 Pro, right? Like they just want a single console through the entire generation, just one console, one piece of hardware. That's it. You don't have to worry about any type of parity or power differences or anything. Although I think a situation with something like a PS5 Pro would be very different. Like I don't think it would be problematic in this way. You're saying, but you can't criticize it because it's more games to more players. Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the most positive spin you could put on it, right? Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's a decision they made, and we'll see where it leads. All right, let me see here. So here's something that's interesting, though. Talking about these consoles, I have a report here from WCCF Tech. An Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S mid-generation refresh is not in the works, as Microsoft is focusing on the currently available hardware to let developers get the most out of it. Speaking with IGN during Gamescom 2023, the Xbox head confirmed the company is only working on the increased storage Xbox Series S, and no mid-generation refresh is in the works. Spencer feels they are kind of at the beginning of the current generation, and they need to let developers settle on the current hardware and get the most out of it. Jesus. Imagine that. We are 3 years into this generation, and we are just at the beginning of this generation. Like, what? What? I don't understand. Elaborating further on the lack of an Xbox Series X and S mid-gen refresh, Phil Spencer added that looking at what happens on high-end PC, it isn't just about pixel count or resolution, but also about lighting techniques and other things that make a game look and feel great. As such, he feels the industry has a ton of headroom in there, suggesting we still haven't seen everything the current generation consoles are capable of doing yet. So there you go. There, I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than that. They're not, Microsoft is not doing a mid-gen refresh. Like, we kind of heard that before. Phil Spencer was like, yeah, we're not planning on it, but this makes it crystal clear. Like, no mid-gen Xbox refresh. And can't say I'm shocked or surprised at all, because it's like, yeah, dude, you have a Series S, you have an X, you already have two consoles out there. You throw another one in the mix, that's just going to make things even more complicated. But I do think Phil is correct in that we still have a lot of headroom. Yeah, even on the PS5, there's still so much potential to be tapped into. And I think a lot of people do agree that, like, this is probably a very justifiable reason to not have a mid-gen refresh yet, or at all. Aaron, you're saying Starfield is just a No Man's Sky clone. We'll see about that. I haven't been like watching. I know there's like gameplay leaking and stuff. I haven't been checking it out, but something tells me people are not going to be talking about it in that way. AZN Panda 510, you're saying MBG, you have to try No Man's Sky in the PSVR 2 updated. Yeah, I keep forgetting that No Man's Sky is actually available in PSVR 2. I've never played No Man's Sky. I haven't really had much interest in it, dude. Truthfully, it's just, I don't know. I do see some similarities between No Man's Sky and Starfield. And I think it's so funny that people get so offended by that. Like, what's there to be offended by? Like, don't people love No Man's Sky? Like, isn't No Man's Sky considered like an amazing game now? So I don't think there's a problem, but they both share similarities in the sense that I just don't know that it's my cup of tea, man. You know, like a big game based on exploring space. Like, it sounds cool, but then I like see how overwhelming it can be. I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, the idea of playing it in VR is interesting. I think Starfield is nothing like No Man's Sky. I don't. You're saying the only similarities is that it's a space game. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I could be wrong. I haven't really played. I'm just saying, like, on the outside looking in, like, seeing both games, like, they literally look similar. Like, literally, they look similar in that they're both in space. They're both about exploring. Both of them allow you to go to planets, you know, craft stuff, build stuff. There's combat. I think there's combat in No Man's Sky. So, you know, I don't know. Like, I just don't get, like, No Man's Sky. Last I checked, people are saying like No Man's Sky is like one of the best games, like one of the best games ever made to a degree. Like, where when it comes to just the amount of freedom you have and stuff. Like, I don't see why people would be upset about that comparison. But I'm not. Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, I don't know. From what I can tell about Starfield, that seems different is it seems like there are potentially like much deeper RPG layers to it. They're actually, I guess there's like a story in Starfield and whatnot you can follow, and there's like factions. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm not really paying attention to either of these games right now, truthfully. You're saying No Man's Sky has zero quests, zero dialogue, made of Play-Doh. It's just Minecraft in space. Well, that's a bit rough. I mean, geez. MBG play the IGN side by side comparison. I saw that a long time ago. I thought it was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was fucked up. Because I know that like they're different in a lot of ways, but just the way that video lined up, it really made it look like, fuck, man. Come on, what are you guys doing here? Come on, IGN. How do you guys think Starfield's gonna review? Metacritic predictions for Starfield. I'm just curious what you guys are thinking. 84. I'll tell you right now, I don't see Starfield being in the 80s at all. I think Starfield is 100% going to be in the 90s. Like, I feel pretty certain about that. Saying a 90. I could see it being a 93, 92, 91. Maybe like an 89 or an 88 potentially. That could be a possibility. Yeah, I don't know though. I'm leaning much more towards the 90s. Sonyverse, longtime member for 26 months, saying Armored Core 6 tomorrow, MBG. Yeah, I'm seeing there's hype for it, man. There's like genuine hype for Armored Core 6. I have trouble with mech games. I don't know. Something about mech games don't really appeal to me, but it does look, from what I've seen, it does look good, man. From Software, they don't sleep, dude. Their output's insane as well. Got to give From Software a lot of credit. They're always they're on point. I think the real question is what is coming next, right? Not to get, no offense to Armored Core 6. People are going to play it. They're going to love it. But I do wonder, like, what else is From Software cooking? What are they working on? Oh, yeah, true. They do have the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, that Elden Ring DLC. That's going to be massive. That's basically going to be a sequel. You watch. DLC is what they want to call it. It's not DLC, dude. Come on. It's like a full-blown expansion. It's almost like a second game. Stalker 2 looks good. Yeah, Stalker 2 does look good, actually. Is Stalker 2 coming to PlayStation? I saw that I think it got delayed to early 2024. But yeah, Stalker 2 does look pretty good. You're saying it looks awful to you? From Software's working on Spellbound. Stalker 2 has a 3-month exclusivity with Xbox. Really? Oh, the fucking irony. Are you guys serious? Hold on. Now I feel like you guys are trolling me. You know what? Actually, I think you're right. Stalker 2 coming to PS5. Stalker 2's PS5 release date is reportedly set for March 2024 or later. This is 3 months after leaked documents from 2021. Oh, Jesus. 2021 leaked documents? It is a timed exclusive. Oh my God. Wow. That's funny, dude. That's fucking funny. I totally forgot. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a shot when it comes to PlayStation. I thought Sony was the only one who did timed exclusives, though. Come on. Nah, it's cool. It's cool. I don't have a problem with exclusivity. I don't have a problem with timed exclusivity. Full exclusivity, timed exclusivity. Let it all have it. Let's just get exclusives all over the place, man. It's a fucking free-for-all in here. Who gives a shit? I feel like I don't know what it is. There's just these days where I'm streaming where I just swear a lot more. I swear way more than I normally do. I don't know why that is. I think I had a little bit of extra coffee today. That's why I'm not drinking coffee now. We just want games, man. I agree. John O says, cool Soundgarden shirt. Rip Chris Cornell. Yeah, dude. It's one of my favorite shirts. Love Soundgarden. Still waiting for those last 6 or 7 songs I think they said that are going to release. The last ever batch of Soundgarden songs. Coming eventually. I think probably this year or next year. Very interested to see how they sound. Dude, October is going to be crazy. Phil Spencer doesn't see a world where Xbox Series S has to miss out on some games. Xbox boss Phil Spencer has said the company doesn't have any plans to allow the release of Xbox Series X exclusive games. It's currently a mandatory requirement for developers to ensure that their games are compatible with both the Series X and the Series S in order to release them for Microsoft's consoles. Some developers have argued that having to cater to Microsoft's entry-level console is limiting the potential of current-gen games. And the Xbox release of one of this year's most high-profile titles, Baldur's Gate 3, is currently being held up by technical issues encountered by developer Larian Studios, which has so far been unable to get its split-screen co-op mode to run on an acceptable level on the S. Quote, on S specifically, we designed the box with similarities to X and clear places where we're targeting different performance, end quote. This is what Phil Spencer told Eurogamer on Wednesday. He continues by saying, and we're taking feedback from the developers, including Larian. I met with them today to talk about it, and I'm confident we're going to find a good solution, and we're going to learn. I don't see a world where we drop the Series S. In terms of parity, I don't think you've heard from us or Larian that this was about parity. I think that's more that what the community is talking about. There are features that ship on X today that do not ship on S, even from our own games, like ray tracing that works on S, that work on X. I'm getting confused with all the X and the S's. It's not on S in certain games. So for an Xbox Series S customer, they spent roughly half of what the Series X customer bought. They understand that it's not going to run the same way. I want to make sure games are available on both. That's our job as a platform holder, and we are committed to that with our partners. And I think we're going to get there with Larian, so I'm not overly worried about that, but we've learned some stuff through it. Having an entry-level price point for the console, sub $300, is a good thing for the industry. I think it's important. The Switch has been able to do that in terms of kind of the traditional plug into my television consoles. I think it's important, so we're committed. Elsewhere in the interview, Phil Spencer said that the price of current-gen consoles won't come down over time. That's so funny to me, man. So Phil Spencer said that before the announcement today. That, I don't get it. Like, I do get it, but at the same time, I just think it's kind of funny that he's like, look, we know that people on the Series S are used to not getting stuff like ray tracing. I don't know. That's weird to me. That, like, Phil Spencer's hold on. I gotta check this out real quick because this is kind of strange to me. I want to make sure I have this straight. Where's that article I just had? Damn it. There was a specific, so he said here, quote, I don't see a world where we drop the Series S. In terms of parity, I don't think you've heard from us or Larian that this was about parity. I think that's more of what the community is talking about. So he's saying that this isn't about parity. That's not the problem. That's what the community is saying. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to find Steven Totillo because he just put out something that I think just completely contradicts what Phil said. For some reason, I can't find him. Here he is. All right, so I'm going to read these back to back, okay? He says, Microsoft's requirement in its documentation, quote, to maintain consistency across console generations, games must ensure that identical game modes are offered across console types within the generation, end quote. Phil Spencer says, quote, I don't see a world where we drop the Series S in terms of parity. I don't think you've heard from us or Larian that this was about parity. I think that's more of the community and what they're talking about, end quote. Today it was announced that Baldur's Gate 3 will be dropping the split screen co-op feature or mode in order to run on the to release on the S and X. You can't make this shit up, dude. You can't make this shit up. Like, this is why. This is why I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why people praise Phil Spencer. Like, he legit just lied yesterday in an interview. Like, just straight up fucking lied. And actually placed the blame on the community. Yeah, the conversation was never about parity. Next day. Yeah, we're going to let them remove the co-op split screen from the S version. So there's not going to be parity in the modes. Whatever. It doesn't surprise me a little bit. The only thing that continues to surprise me is that people still praise this man and talk positively about him and these executives. Like, dude, I get it. I know that Jim Lion Ryan. Yes, he's earned that nickname, but come the fuck on, man. Like, you got to be kidding me here. Rashtam, you're saying it was confirmed, timed, but Microsoft funded them during the Ukraine war, so it's more muddy and unconfirmed now if it is or isn't timed now. Yeah, I think that's what's interesting to me is because of the war that's going on. Like, I don't know, man. I like at one point I was kind of expecting to hear that this game maybe got canceled or something. It does look good though. It would be cool if they like drop the exclusivity. It's just like, here you go. Maybe it's like a day one Game Pass or whatever, but still releases on PS5. Because I remember seeing some gameplay of it. And I'm like, it does look impressive. It looks like visually, it looks really good. You're saying you like this decision though? I mean, I don't. Yeah, like that's the thing about it is I don't think it's a bad decision for the. I mean, it is a bit muddy, but it is true that now people will be able to play this game, even a lesser version of it on the S. I just think it's weird that Phil is still out here doing these mental gymnastics and just can't even call them mental gymnastics because he's just straight up lying. Like, what do you mean it's not about parity? Like, yes, it is. Like, the community isn't making that up. Like, that's literally what it's about. You're talking about the removal of a specific mode in this game that's only available on, like, that's not ray tracing. You know what I mean? Like, that's not higher resolution versus lower resolution. Like, that's an entire mode. And I just think it's weird. Like, just call it what it is, man. Like, just admit that you guys fucked up. And he kept saying, he's like, oh, and we had to learn from that. We had to learn from that. Like, okay, yeah, you do. And seemingly you are in the process of that. But why are you still... It's just weird. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just because he's on the spot and he doesn't know. Maybe he's just trying to take the safest approach. Maybe, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if that is how these guys are trained with media. They're like, look, if you're ever in a panic situation, just lie. Like that's how we media train them. If you ever don't know how to address it, just lie. It's fine. We'll figure it out later. I wouldn't be surprised, man. That shit is funny. It is what it is. I think if, this is just a good example, though. I hope that Xbox players and people who are, on the Xbox side of things, this isn't a matter of, like, trying to throw Xbox under the bus and shit on them. Like, it's not. But I just hope that people on that side acknowledge this and realize, like, look, man, I know you guys get really loud and bombastic about Sony, but just keep in mind, like, Microsoft is a corporation too, and Phil Spencer is a corporate executive as well, and these guys are going to lie. These guys are going to lie. They're going to twist things, and they're going to say things in a way that just seems hypocritical, and that's it. Just be aware of that. Yeah, I see people mentioning that's what's weird is saying maybe now they can patch in split screen co-op for Halo Infinite on the Series X. That's a weird situation, man. Like, and I think if anything, that is maybe the greatest example of like, damn, I don't know. I can't remember. You know what? If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about this, but if memory serves, wasn't co-op not part of Halo Infinite because of like development time constraint? Like they didn't have like, or was it a parody? I don't remember. So maybe it's a completely different situation. I don't know. People have been telling me that Halo is making a comeback or something. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not entirely sure. Wish I could tell you. All right. That's funny. I came across this tweet. This guy's like, gamers on Twitter, $200 for the PlayStation Portal is way too much money for a device that barely does anything. Also, gamers on Twitter, and it showcases a picture of somebody tweeting out their Xbox controller collection, and they have like a glass case of literally what seems to be like 50 plus Xbox controllers. That's funny, dude. See, this is why I still go on Twitter sometimes, because it makes me laugh. I'm just like, I keep perusing Twitter because I keep getting afraid that I'm gonna miss like I missed like multiple news items today that came out. Spider-Man 2 is officially rated T for teen. The game will feature the words prick and ass. Some cutscenes will show a character being choked to death, a dead body turned over, and blood drops on a leaf. Holy shit, that's fucking dark. I should probably put this out there. Oh man. Who's getting choked? Do you think it's gonna be Peter? Peter Parker, he's gonna be in a symbiote suit. He's gonna choke somebody to death. What do you think? No, it has to be Venom. It's gonna be Venom that does it, obviously. Oh man. Sony, you gotta start talking more. Sorry guys, I'm just putting this out there now. Gotta make people aware. Spider-Man 2 is rated T for teen. I'm just kidding. All right, let me see. Jim Ryan is trending. Why is Jim Ryan trending? Let's go see. Dude, oh my god. Dude, I swear when you go check, you click on some of this shit. Oh. Phil Spencer's strategy versus Jim Ryan's strategy. Phil Spencer, 2023. Was this 2023? Yeah, Phil Spencer, 2023. Xbox boss Phil Spencer has said current gen console prices won't come down over time to the same extent that they did in past generations. He also thinks a mid-gen refresh would create a ton of complexity for creators and players. Jim Ryan, PlayStation is getting another temporary price cut in select European territories this week. Okay. That's kind of funny, I guess. Sorry guys, I'm just seeing if there's anything of interest here. It's not often I see Jim Ryan trending on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing just crazy toxic shit, man. What is going on with people? People are crazy, dude. They really are. All right. Let me come back over here. So no PlayStation Pro, only Slim. Okay, yeah, really quick. Who is NX Gamer? Was this on YouTube? Somebody told me that NX Gamer came out and said that a Pro isn't happening. What? Sorry, I just was like really confused because I saw on the official PlayStation channel, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon live action trailer featuring Carl Urban. Well, that's random as fuck. NX Gamer. Let's see. Oh, I got like dry skin on my eyebrow here. Is it his latest video here? PS5 Pro. Yeah, I think I found it. Maybe we could listen to what he has to say. I'm curious. You're saying, wait, no way. Yeah, no, really. There's a new, go check it out, man. Carl Urban. Yeah, he's representing Armored Core 6, bro. All right. All right, let's listen. Where's the Pro Talk? You guys hear this okay?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another database. It's been around a month and I've got enough time to discuss some new things. So let's kick off with one of the biggest that happened, I think, 2 weeks ago now.
I'm trying to find the Pro.
And that was the big
Here we
price
go.
cuts for the long-rumored PS5 Pro, which has been around for...
really quick, is this guy... Is this like inside info or is he just giving his thoughts? Because those are two different things. You guys made it sound like this guy's giving his like inside scoop on the situation. Can somebody confirm this to me before I play it? Because I want to remind everybody, like, Tom Henderson is the one who has leaked the PS5 Pro. I think Red Gaming Tech has as well, but Tom Henderson he's been literally spot on 100% correct with all of his PlayStation leaks. He's not missed. So, you know, so I'm a little bit skeptical. Hello, boss. Boss wants to come up and join us. Come on. Come on. You can do it. All right. There you go. You know what? I'm going to get rid of this. Hey. You can't do that. Do you guys want a PS5 Pro? I feel like we've been talking about this a lot. I'm okay with the PS5 Pro. I am. Like, I'm totally okay with the PS5 Pro. I think there's I think there's enough justification for it. I do. I get why a lot of people don't care for one though, or don't want one, but I'd be okay with it. I would be. I mean, I feel like the real question is like, as always, and this remains the question, like, what is it really going to bring to the table? Like, truly, what is a PS5 Pro really going to bring to the table? Saying Unreal Engine 5 is very demanding. Yeah, it is. That's being revealed. It is extremely demanding. Seems like it might be like ahead of the the hardware. You're saying you're good, to be honest. Just want them to max out my PS5. Yeah, I think that's coming. I do. I think regardless of whether we get a PS5 Pro, I think the PS5 will, in the coming years, get maxed out. And it'll be pretty sick. I'm looking forward to it. Saying you hope it has 12 T-flops. They'll probably have more than that, dude. Not that the T-flops matter. You know? MBG, the console should have a modular GPU so we can swap, just like PC. Any thoughts? I don't think so. I don't agree with that because at that point it's like you're making it so similar to PC that it's like, you know, that's the point of the console. The point of the console is you have a fixed hardware spec And you know it's not going to go too far up or too far down at all if it does at all, you know? I like at that point I feel like you should just play on PC, you know? That's my opinion anyway. So instead we just replace our whole system every 3 to 4 years. No, I don't think no, that's the thing is a mid-gen refresh is just that. You know what I think? I think a lot of people get this feeling that if a PS5 Pro comes out, it makes the PS5 irrelevant. Like it really doesn't at all. Like not even a little bit. The PS5 will be more relevant than a Pro for the entire life cycle because there are way more people with a PS5 than a Pro. And it's also not a PlayStation 6. The PS5 Pro to me, again, man, not to have the same conversation, but I really do wonder. I really do wonder what they're going to do marketing wise. Aaron Yogurt says, "Watch the Carl Urban trailer, man. I'm nervous. It probably has music in it, dude. I'm nervous. I was thinking about it, but I'm like, I don't know. I already had my last stream blocked. I will watch it when this stream's done, though, because that did look pretty cool. I was like, is that Carl Urban? I'm like, what's Carl Urban doing there? Dude, I'm ready for The Boys season 4 as well. I can't wait for that. I love that show. Yeah, I'll go check it out as soon as this stream's done. I appreciate the super chat, Aaron. You're clearly very hyped. You're very hyped. I want to ask anybody in the chat right now. Has anybody played Firewall Ultra yet? It's like a Keanu cameo. Yeah. Keanu cameo. Yeah, guys, by the way, hit that like button for me. I'd really appreciate that. Take a second of your time. Hit the like button for me. Really helps out the streams. Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes. Good Vibes VR says, yes, I have. How is it? How is it? I'm just interested to hear from anybody who may have played it for a little bit because I'm about to dive into it later on. Oh, and there it is. It's raining now. Saying you've played about an hour so far. It's great. Gives you Call of Duty vibes. Really? Yeah, I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped for it. This is the game I've been waiting for on VR. I hope I can handle it well. Saying you don't think PlayStation gamers will enjoy 8K 30. No, I don't think so either. I don't know why they would do that. I hope they don't do that. I hope they don't market 8K. That's just going to be dumb. MBG, do you think Sony should have been at Gamescom? I mean, I would have liked it. Yeah, I really would have. But at the same time, it's a situation where it's like, if Sony wasn't at Gamescom, it's because they had their reasons. You know, like they have their reasons not to be. It's no different. Like, honestly, the feeling is no different than it was the day that I reacted to Gamescom. And it's just, the question remains. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but the question will be there, probably at the forefront of a lot of people's minds, as long as Sony's being quiet and they don't show up to anything. And it's like, when are they doing their next show? When are they doing a state of play? When are they doing a showcase? And you're saying you're praying for a state of play next Thursday. I mean, that's the thing about state of plays. They can kind of drop from the sky, you know? They can come out of nowhere. I think doing a state of play next week would maybe, let me see. Let me look at the calendar here. Yeah, they could do it. They could absolutely do a state of play next week. If they wanted to announce a state of play on Monday and then do it on the 29th. If they wanted to announce it on the 29th for the 31st, they could. But I don't know, man. Next week we're getting this, next week is Starfield launch. So I don't really know that Sony would want to do that. And that's true as well, Capono. You're saying we know not to hype SOPs. Yeah. We know not to get too hyped for state of plays. Sony has had some good state of plays though, man. They have. You guess the early end of September. Yeah, mid-September, third week of September. That probably makes the most sense. But that's the thing though, man. You never know with Sony state of plays. They can drop out of nowhere. The last state of play Sony did was awful. The last state of play was they had like an underwhelming first 20 minutes. And then they ended it with 20 minutes of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. And it was just like, what the hell, man? Are we talking Showcase again? No, we're not. We're not talking Showcase. No, there's no reason to talk Showcase. There's no reason to. Truthfully. I wish there was. I wish there was a reason to talk Showcase, but there isn't, man. Can't deny that. All right, let me see here. One second here, guys. I'm trying to... Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm looking around. And Call of Duty's so weird. Sorry, this just popped up on my feed. Operators that will be released in Season 5 of Modern Warfare 2, 21 Savage, Mace, and Lara Croft. And I'm just like, this is so weird, because on one hand, it's like 21 Savage in Call of Duty. Like, okay. That's pretty stupid. But on the other hand, it's like Lara Croft in Call of Duty. That's actually pretty fucking cool. So, I don't know, man. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. Was there an interruption in my stream, by the way? Do I know who 21 Savage is? I think he's a rapper, right? I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Nicki Minaj is coming to Call of Duty. So weird. So weird. What are my thoughts on Alan Wake 2? I think Alan Wake 2 looks really promising. It looks good, man. I really like that they're leaning heavily into the horror. It's a game I hope to play. But yeah, I think it's kind of cool. Like Lara Croft, that's pretty... that makes sense to me. 21 Savage is a country singer. I know he's not a country singer. I at least know that. You guys are screwing with me now. You guys are really screwing with me. Yeah, I don't know. Call of Duty's funny. Call of Duty's a funny thing these days. Well, I'm looking around, guys, and I think I pretty much covered all the main topics I wanted to. I thought we would spend more... I'll be honest, I really thought we would spend more time... You know what, actually, I do want to... There is one other thing I want to say. So, I just realized in the thumbnail of my stream today, I put PlayStation is going all in, and I failed to properly explain what I mean by that, what I meant by that. And so actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there is something I totally forgot to do. It's my fault. I got sidetracked earlier. That happens sometimes on the streams. There was something I wanted to do here, and that is I want to go back to the new hardware that Sony revealed and talked about. So, number one, we talked about this extensively. The PlayStation Portal. The PlayStation Portal is launching at the end of this year for $200. Number two, we have the Pulse Elite wireless headset. The Pulse Elite is the new wireless headset that offers lossless audio and comes with a retractable boom mic, an AI-enhanced noise rejection capable of filtering background sounds, which is awesome. A charging hanger is also included with the product for convenient charging and storage. And then the Pulse Explorer. It's their first set of wireless earbuds, providing a premium portable audio experience with dual microphones and AI-enhanced noise rejection capable of filtering background sounds. It also offers lossless audio and comes with a charging case. Um, the Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer will be the first PlayStation audio devices to use custom designed planar magnetic drivers for an audiophile level listening experience normally found in premium headphones for professional sound engineers. With Pulse Explorer, we are pleased to be one of the first companies to provide wireless earbuds to the mass consumer market using planar magnetic driver technology. So, yeah, I wanted to make sure to cover that because people are wondering, like, why are these earbuds so expensive? That's why. They say here that the Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer are part of an ongoing effort to amplify the audio experience in gaming and make the gameplay experience more immersive. And so the Pulse Elite headset is going to be $150 and the earbuds are going to be $200. And for all of these products, you can't pre-order them yet. They're saying that they're going to talk about that soon. And then down here, this is something I forgot to talk to you guys about. PlayStation Link, PlayStation's new wireless audio technology. Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer connect directly with PlayStation Portal by leveraging this new wireless audio technology, PlayStation Link. This innovation delivers low latency, lossless audio and easy switching between multiple PlayStation Link hosts, such as PS5 with the USB adapter and PlayStation Portal. When using Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer with PS5, the USB adapter that's included with each headset and earbuds is required for PlayStation Link. The PlayStation Link USB adapter will also be sold separately as a standalone item, and it can be used on PC and Mac, so players can connect Pulse Elite or the Pulse Explorer to experience the same lossless and low latency audio. Pulse Elite and Pulse Explorer can simultaneously connect to a PlayStation Link supported device, PS5, PC, Mac, or PlayStation Portal, and a Bluetooth supported device. For example, Pulse Explorer can be connected to PS5 via the USB adapter using PlayStation Link and also to a mobile phone through Bluetooth at the same time. While playing on PS5, gamers can instantly answer a call and hear it through the same Pulse Explorer earbuds. So, yeah, a bit of a complicated explanation there, but I had to make sure to read that because that was a big part of their blog post. But that's the thing is when I said PlayStation is going all in, well, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but PlayStation seems to have went all in with hardware. That's not to say that Sony hasn't done a lot of hardware stuff in the past. They definitely have, but I feel like with the PS5 so far, they're kind of going crazy. Like Sony's going crazy with hardware. I mean, you got a PlayStation VR 2, you got a DualSense Edge premium controller. Now you had the Elite headset, you had the PlayStation camera, you had the PlayStation remote. Now you're getting earbuds. Now you're getting an even more premium headset. You're getting, this handheld device. And we're going to be getting a PS5 Pro. So yeah, dude, Sony's going crazy. They're all in with hardware, with PlayStation hardware. And so I kind of like that. Like, I do like the fact that Sony is offering a lot more. I see a lot of people being like, oh, these are just cash grabs. I don't view it that way, dude. Like, I really don't. Like, there are hundreds, thousands of options for different, pieces of hardware and peripherals and stuff you can buy for PlayStation. I don't think there's anything wrong with Sony deciding to offer more of their own peripherals, like stuff that they're making in-house. I've actually been wanting them to do this for a long time, and I'm glad they are. It doesn't mean I'll buy everything they put out, but like again, the earbuds, I just got the DualSense Edge. I love it. I like that they're all in with this stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how much more hardware they have planned, man. Yeah, and that's true. So they did do monitors recently, gaming monitors, and a whole other line of headsets. But the difference between that is that wasn't specifically PlayStation hardware. The InZone, I think that's what it's called, the InZone line, that was actually specifically for PC. You can, I mean, obviously you can pair it with PlayStation, and they've talked about that, but interesting stuff, man. And it'll be interesting to see what Sony does with this audio company that they've acquired. So, yeah, I really shocked Capono, man. I really did. Capono's shocked that I didn't dump all over the handheld. Well, I don't know, man. It's because I don't see the harm in it. That's the thing, is I don't see the harm in it. I could see why people are like, it's pointless, but I don't think it's hurting anything. It's just there if you want it. You know, if not, no big deal. MBG, you can't use Bluetooth headphones on the Portal. You have to use the jack port or the Pulse. Yeah, I saw people complaining about that. That's I don't know what that to me is a little weird, you know? Like for if you're going to have like a portable handheld. I do want to say though, I got to give a shout out to them actually having a headphone jack, only because like, dude, I feel like more and more devices these days are removing the headphone jack. And I like to still have a headphone jack. But yeah, at the same time though, like not having Bluetooth, that's like, you're saying it seems like Sony's taking the Apple route of trying to make it more of an ecosystem. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of that. Yeah. I do wonder if that's what they're trying to go for. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know. I don't think that would necessarily be like a make or break for anybody, though. You think? Would it? I don't know. Saying love the headphone jack, listen to most of the stream with wired buds. Yeah, the Vita sticks. Ran 718. Please let me know if I'm saying your name wrong. I mean, it could be Rain. I'm saying it Ran. Maybe it's Rain. But thank you for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying, MBG, if they come out with a pro version of the PlayStation right now, won't that put the regular PlayStation version in the same situation as the Series S? No, it will not. And the reason for that, well, you know what? Let me take a step back. Highly unlikely. The reason for this is because the power difference between the base model PS5 and the Pro shouldn't be that massive. But on top of that, think of this. This is the most important point. The Series S is considered underpowered to a level in which, if you go back to the launch of the Series S in 2020, it was all like a lot of people were looking at the Series S like this thing is not, like a lot of people were saying like this isn't next gen. Like the Series S is not like it's, and if it is next gen, it's barely over the line. Like it's just over the line of what would be considered next gen. The base model PS5 is not that. The base model PS5 is actually still very powerful, even 3 years later. Like, and it's hardly been tapped into. I've always, if Sony does do a PS5 Pro, because this is a good question you're asking, my view of it is the PS5 Pro is just a console with a massive amount of excess overhead. That's how I view it. The PS5 already has overhead. Now, if you're wondering what I mean by overhead, I'm talking about room to be able to do more with it. The Series S is the opposite. There is no overhead in the Series S. It is a budget device. Developers are maxing out the Series S within, I mean, they maxed it out within a year or two. And we're already seeing some developers, having some issues with it or having to make compromises. And really quick here, we have DeRock. DeRock coming back, coming in strong, saying got to drop one more membership gift. Shout out to you, DeRock. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you keeping the membership train going. We have a bit of a lull here, but that brings us up to 56 members on the day, which is a massive number. Again, thank you guys so much for all the support. I mean, we just have an amazing community here that continues to get these memberships out. And so The Rock does it again, man. Appreciate that. Got W's going in the chat. Shems is saying train. That's up to you guys, man. I'll just give a reminder. Anybody who is a channel member, even if you're gifted a channel membership, you have the ability to gift memberships if that's something you want to do. So, Pig Roach, you're saying the Series S supports ray tracing and supports 60 to 120 FPS at 1080p with an SSD. That's next gen. Okay. I don't know why you're yelling that, Pig Roach. Like, dude, look, I'm just saying, man, I've seen games on the Series S. Almost nothing about it seems next gen to me. I'm not even saying that in a rude way. I'm just like, that to me, like, does not come off as like a next gen console. I mean, it technically is, I get it, but it is like I said, it's barely getting over the line. And we're 3 years into the gen. It seemed like that was always going to happen, man. And we have Shems. He comes out and he keeps the membership train going himself. Shems drops another membership gift. That brings us up to, it says on my end, it says 58, but we're actually at 57. I think it just counted a milestone, chat. Or no, actually, my bad. Edgar. Sorry, man. Edgar A is what I'll call you so I don't just butcher your last name. He actually became a channel member. I thought that was a milestone, chat, man. My bad. So shout out to you, Edgar. Shout out to Shems. Edgar becomes a channel member. Shems gifts a membership. I really do appreciate that, man. That actually does bring us up to 58 members on the day. So that number is correct. Really appreciate the support, guys. Thank you. For that, I'll give you maybe another Venom. Let me see. But to get back to your question, man, the PS5 still has plenty of overhead. Like, a reason why a lot of people are saying we shouldn't get a PS5 Pro is because of that. You know, it's because of people are saying like the PS5 hasn't even been tapped out yet. Like, there's still so much room left, and that's true to an extent. There is. And Pig Roach comes in with a couple pig emojis and says, "Here's some positivity." I appreciate that, man. No, it's all good, dude. It's all good. I didn't take your chat any negative way. It's fine, man. You're just passionate. You're passionate about the Series S, dude. It's fine. I mean, it's fair. Like, it's fair, the points you're bringing up, dude. Like, it is true that the Series S has many of the features, if not all the features that we would consider, next gen. All the things that were marketed as next gen, but I just think that the real problem with the S is what we're kind of seeing now, and that is the fact that, yeah, those features are there, but it's still underpowered compared to the Series X and the PS5, and because of that, developers have to work within its limitations. And I guess I'm just saying with the Pro model, the Pro to me is just going to again offer a bunch of overhead, and I think that overhead is essentially just going to allow developers, like, let's take Wolverine, for example. I think Wolverine on the base model PS5 is going to look incredible. Okay? Like, I think if you buy Wolverine on the base model PS5 in 2024 or 2025, it's going to be one of the best looking games ever. It's going to have ray tracing in the fidelity mode. It's going to have all the, a bunch of effects. It's going to look great. Same with Spider-Man 2, right? But I think if you were to imagine, okay, well then what would Wolverine look like on a Pro if it's already going to look so good on the PS5? Well, there are basically two things I can think of, essentially. You can, A, ramp up the ray tracing significantly. So it's like, hey, you see how good the ray tracing looks in Wolverine on the PS5 in fidelity mode? Check out the fidelity. I'm assuming there would be a fidelity mode. Check out the fidelity mode on the Pro. It's like, oh man, like it's the shiniest looking game I've ever seen. Like look at Wolverine's claws. Just basically ray tracing everywhere. They could do that. And like we've talked about, it could be you can get the same type of ray tracing you would see in the fidelity mode in Wolverine on a base model PS5 at 60 frames per second. That might be what this allows for. Like, the overhead is there. Like, there's enough power to draw from with the Pro that we can put it up to 60, man, and still maintain that high fidelity. That's all it is. It's just making something that looks really good look even better, or something that runs good look better while it's running good. That, like, to me, that is what the PS5 Pro will be. And because of that, I don't view the PS5 as a Series S, because I don't the PS5 is still going to be the console that developers start with. Usually, I mean, of course they'll be on PC, but if we're talking like specifically about PlayStation Studios, and maybe other studios start with the PS5, that's going to be the console they start with first. And then when they move to the PS5 Pro version, they're just going to be like, okay, how much can we ramp this up? How high can the ray tracing go? How high can the frame rate go? What can the pixel density be? And that's why I'm excited for the PS5 Pro, because that to me sounds appealing, man. Like, even with Spider-Man for PS5, Spider-Man 2, I mean, like, it's obvious that it's going to look really good no matter which mode you play it in. You play it on performance, get that 60 FPS, that's probably the mode I'll play it in, but there will be a 30 FPS fidelity mode. And if you choose to play it in that 30 FPS fidelity mode, it's going to look really, really fucking good. Like, it's going to have all the bells and whistles. It's going to look incredible. But again, you got to settle for that 30 frames. And to me, the Pro sounds like the perfect, opportunity to just take that, to just say, how Spider-Man 2 looks in fidelity mode? Imagine playing that at 60 FPS and it maintains that exact image quality, or maybe even is increased slightly. Maybe even an even higher pixel count. That sounds great to me. Like, that sounds perfect. I won't lie to you. The thing that concerns me the most about the PlayStation 5 Pro is, what does that mean for the PlayStation 6? Because if Sony markets like you can, and it makes me worried, what if the PS5 Pro really doesn't do as much as we think? What if, my fear is either the PS5 Pro is so good it takes away from the PlayStation 6, or the PS5 Pro is so pointless that it doesn't justify itself. Saying can't wait for dev reactions then. It'll be interesting to see how devs react to the PS5 Pro. No doubt about that. Yeah, I'm very interested in this too. What new tech will the PlayStation 6 have? I have no idea, man. That's Mark Cerny's job. I'm not going to try to compete with Mark Cerny. Dark Demon Media member for 6 months. Thank you so much, man. You're saying, I think Phil Spencer pulled the rug on Parody and Larian because he didn't want PlayStation to have timed exclusive and game awards. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure Phil had a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason he probably pulled the rug on Parody is simply because it's like the game is just too fucking big. It's one of the most popular games of the year. One of the biggest games a lot of people think it is the biggest game of the year. I mean, you look at the Metacritic score, I'm sure it's selling really well. Everybody's saying it might even win game of the year. So it's like, imagine being the platform holder that's just like, sorry. It's like, it's crazy. I don't know if it's that though. Like, I don't think it, maybe, I don't know, like maybe the fact that it was only going to release on PlayStation and then eventually release on the Xbox. I don't know, maybe that is where Phil was like, no, we can't have that happen. We got to stop that. It's a possibility. I doubt he'll let us know, Dark Demon Media. I doubt it. And Pig Roach, again, I appreciate it, man. You're saying, do you find it worrying? You're saying, do you find it worrisome? That's an interesting way to say that. That Insomniac is becoming a Disney studio since all they have been doing is making Disney IP games. A little bit. Like, I'm probably not the best person to ask this question because I've said it in the past and I'll say it again now. Wolverine, Insomniac making a Wolverine game is a dream come true for me. Like, I remember when the rumor was going around that Insomniac was going to announce another Marvel game. I was pretty nervous because I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, we're getting multiple Spider-Man games, and I would like to see them do something different. And Wolverine truly, like, maybe besides like the Punisher, maybe like Daredevil or something, but Wolverine is like is probably like the only announcement that they could have made that I was like, oh my God. Like, okay, that's cool. Yep, I'm fine. I'm more than happy with that. I'm elated because when I look at the quality of Insomniac's Spider-Man games, right? I look at the quality of their Spider-Man games, and then I realize that Wolverine is my favorite Marvel character, maybe alongside Punisher. I don't know if I think, yeah, I like Wolverine better. I think. I don't know. It's a tough one. Punisher's pretty fucking badass, but I really like Wolverine. Like he's like, yeah, he's S tier for me. And just that idea of like, yeah, these are the guys making a Wolverine game. It's like, guys, listen to me. I'm super excited for Spider-Man 2. I'm very excited for Spider-Man 2. The hype I have for Wolverine basically dwarfs my hype for Spider-Man 2. That should give you an idea of how much I like Wolverine, and how much of a fan I am of Wolverine. And it's going to be incredible to see Insomniac do something with this character. But I do understand this idea of like, okay, so we know we're going to keep getting Spider-Man games, obviously. Wolverine, assuming Wolverine's a success, it's safe to say we're going to get multiple Wolverine games. And Insomniac has a multiplayer game in development. To me, that multiplayer game is the real question mark. I'm going to tell you right now, I think Insomniac is a Marvel studio. Yeah. I hate to say that, and I know that's really disappointing to a lot of people, but I would be shocked if Insomniac's multiplayer game is not based on Marvel property or properties, right? Like, I would be shocked. And that would be awesome. Like, I would be shocked in a great way where I'd be like, that is I mean, that would be incredible, because this idea that, wait, Insomniac's doing incredible Spider-Man games, or doing an amazing Wolverine game, and now they're also doing something original, even a multiplayer, of course. Yeah, that'd be incredible. But I'm pretty sure right now they are the Marvel studio, and they will be the Marvel studio for quite some time. But it's really hard for me to not be happy about that, knowing we're getting this Wolverine game. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys were there when I live streamed the announcement of Wolverine, but I fucking jumped out of my chair. I was like, holy fuck, dude. I mean, I was so shocked. I was like, this is actually a dream announcement. And I want to see new IP, yeah, and I want to see these talented studios do brand new stuff, but to know that Wolverine's going to get justice. There's going to be justice. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had some pretty decent Wolverine games in the past. Like, you remember that game? It was so much better than it had any right to be. But let me know if you played the game Wolverine. It was the X-Men Origins one. It was X-Men Origins Wolverine. That game was insanely good. But that's the thing, is that was a really good game, and for a fact Insomniac is going to fucking blow that game out of the water. Like, that to me is what's so fucking exciting, is just this Wolverine game from Insomniac is going to be stellar. And I can't wait. I'm going to be all over that game, man. Like, I don't know. See, this is why it's difficult for me to feel down about Sony. You know what I mean? Because everybody's always like, Sony sucks. LOL, Sony. And it's just like, bro, I can't, man. I can't. It's like really hard for me to be anywhere near that conversation, when the reality is, like, I'm more excited for Wolverine than literally anything Xbox has. And I'm not saying that in a rude way. I'm just saying, like, genuinely, like, that's how I feel. And some people might be like, oh, well, that's, fanboy or whatever, or you just, that's unexciting Wolverine. Like, speak for yourself, man. Insomniac's gonna fucking kill it. Like, especially, dude, here's another thing. Sorry to keep going on, but especially knowing that this Wolverine game is gonna, I'm telling you, it's gonna be rated M. Like, it's gonna be fucking brutal, man. Insomniac is gonna do Wolverine justice, and that there's a big difference between Wolverine as a character and Peter Parker and Miles Morales as characters. Like, this is Wolverine is not Spider-Man. Okay, Wolverine is brutal, and he is he's animalistic and barbaric in some ways, but he's also got like a deep, there's a humanization to his character and it kind of walks that line, and that's what I've always liked about Logan and Wolverine is he's just, there's definitely a human there, a person that feels. But yeah, the real question is, are they going to make, he's actually 5'3", I think, in canon. Is he soft inside? I mean, I guess so, like to a degree, yeah. Like I don't know if soft is the right word, but he like, you could tell deep down there's just a normal guy there, just a normal guy that wants to live and find some kind of happiness, find love maybe. But yeah, dude, he's a fucking animalistic killing machine. Yeah, and that's the funniest thing. I'm pretty sure in canon, Wolverine is 5'3", and my question is, are they going to make him 5'3" in the game? Because that would be pretty funny. Deeply scarred. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. People. So Logan, I think, is considered the best Wolverine movie, hands down. But people shit all over X-Men Origins Wolverine. Come on, man. It wasn't that bad. Like, there were some badass scenes in Origins. Like, one of the coolest Wolverine scenes ever was the intro to X-Men Origins when it showed him and Sabretooth fighting in the different wars over the years. That was pretty cool. Like, I would kind of like to see, like an earlier... I would like to see that kind of fleshed out. But yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, Matt. Sorry, DeRock. Sorry to keep you waiting, man. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying trading my PS5 in for the Pro with the 2TB SSD Spider-Man covers and controller gray camo plates. So hoping to not have to pay much for the upgrade. Yeah, that's probably a good way to go about it, man. If you don't want to have a second PS5 and you want to try to save money on the Pro upgrade, trading in that stuff, you probably get a decent amount for it, and that's the question: is how much will the Pro be? Is the Pro going to be 500? Is it going to be 600? But it'll be fun to see, man. Because I don't know, we still have this. I mean, DeRock, it's interesting we're talking about the PS5 Pro because if you plan on doing this, you probably won't be doing it till sometime late next year. Probably by the time Wolverine's coming out, right? Maybe they'll have a fucking Wolverine bundle. Dude, we might be getting ready to buy a PS5 Pro. Like, think about this. This might blow your mind. It blows my mind. It feels so far away, but we might be looking at GTA 6 PS5 Pro bundles. Think about that. We might be looking at GTA 6 PS5 Pro bundles. You're saying your birthday is in November, so that'd be perfect. There you go, man. Apparently it is releasing in November. So, man, that'd be crazy, right? Could you imagine that? I mean, that'd be a hell of a trade-in. Trade in your PS5, maybe a couple other things with it. Get a PS5 Pro GTA 6 bundle for like, I don't know, maybe $250 out of pocket, maybe $300. That'd be crazy. GTA 6 exclusive plates for PS5. Oh, dude, did you guys see the Xbox Series wraps? That is so weird to me. I saw that Microsoft announced them, and I'm like, the naming of it is weird. Like, I know that's what they are. Like, they're actual wraps. They wrap around your console, but it just sounds so weird. It just sounds so weird. Like, I got wraps for my console. Like, what? Like, wraps? What are you talking about? Pretty funny. $50 stickers. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was a little bit surprised by the price. I won't lie. Like, I saw like they were $50. I'm like, shit, dude. Like, I know the covers that PlayStation sells, they're not cheap, but they're like straight up plastic, man. Like I don't know. Yeah, they're not. That would be dumb as hell if they were stickers. I think Microsoft handled it the best way they could. Truthfully, they handled it the best way they could. I don't see a problem with it. I just think to me it's the name. Wraps. It just makes me think of food. You know, like I got my like when I first heard that, I was like, are they doing something with Taco Bell again? What's going on here? But yeah, Drock, it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time, man. Kyle, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying if Wolverine was an Xbox exclusive, what's your take? My take is I'd be there fucking day one. That's my take. Series X, day one. Not even kidding. Well, okay, let me back up. I would have to know who's developing it. You know? Like, if we lived in an alternate universe where Microsoft acquired Insomniac and Insomniac was making an Xbox exclusive Wolverine game, yeah, I'd be there day one. Yeah, that would be the game that probably gets me like fully back into Xbox. But yeah, I do wonder like which studio, if Microsoft were to get a Marvel IP, like which studio would develop it. If it was Activision, I'd have to see. Because I will say, even though it seems like, oh, they would make a bad game. Again, they made X-Men Origins Wolverine, and that was a really good Wolverine game. So if they made something kind of like, a little bit more arcadey like that. You know what I really want to know about Wolverine for PS5? Because like all of the details are under wraps, under Xbox wraps. I want to know if this is going to be an open world game or not. I'm pretty sure, I feel confident that it's going to be more of like a wide linear, like a God of War type situation, and not like a Spider-Man 2 situation. MBG going to switch back to Xbox. Dude, you know what's funny? I see people say that shit where it's like, oh, he's preparing to go back. Like, look, guys, if I ever go back to Xbox, it's really going to be unceremonious. Like it is. It's just going to be like, hey guys, I bought us an Xbox for this game and I'm going to play it. Like, honestly, I want to see State of Decay 3. You know what? Actually, I got this new gaming PC that's coming. Maybe I'll play it on there. I'll have to see. But no, it's not, I'm going to need Crackdown 4. That's what I'm going to need. I will go back to Xbox for Crackdown 4 just to do a review of that game. But yeah, if I do go back to Xbox, it'll be to play maybe Hellblade. Kojima's game. MBG be giving Xbox a lot of ammunition on Twitter lately. Dude, I could say anything and they'll fucking find something. I've been seeing, like, there are people going back to my older streams, like, months ago and pulling shit and bringing it out. It's like, do you guys really not have anything better to do? I mean, it really is just like, bro, you guys can't maintain interest without literally combing through my content. Well, by all means. I mean, hey, man, get my name out there. MBG, bring more people on board. I'm just going to say, I don't know. No, I'll just say it. Just tweet Xbox wraps. Dude, ever since ever since I saw this shit springing up, like these people are like popping up like weeds on YouTube and Twitter and shit, where it's like a whole subgenre like talk shit on PlayStation fans. Ever since they did this, dude, I've seen the most traffic to my channel ever, like in its history. And, sometimes I like complain about it, but at the same time, I'm like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want shitty people here, but I can't say I'm not appreciating the traffic, like truthfully. Yeah, they're like my marketing team, bro. It's like ass backwards marketing where they're like, we're gonna shit on this guy, and it's like, I mean, my numbers are shooting up, bro. I mean, maybe not necessarily viewership. The viewership's been, the viewership is weird, man, because like YouTube is weird. Like once you decide you're gonna stream more on YouTube, YouTube's like, okay, well, we can't really push your streams out the same way we'd push out videos. But in terms of engagement and just overall like traffic on the channel, it has shot up, man. So it's like, obviously, I mean, truthfully, I would prefer that not to happen, not the traffic part, but just like, I don't enjoy people shitting on me, of course. But I feel like it's just like, dude, I'm just talking to my audience. I'm just being honest. I'm just being me. And it's like, well, if people need that to keep themselves relevant and it sends traffic my way, well, it is what it is, Nothing is bad when it comes to marketing. Learn from Microsoft. You need to stream later in the day to get more views. Yeah, it's tough, man, because I feel like I have a really good routine going. I do, but I do wonder if I would get increased viewership like in the evening or something. I haven't really experimented. Saying I'll be honest, this fanboyism is fun to watch as someone who owns both consoles. I don't know. I feel like I've been pretty good lately, man. I feel like I've been pretty good lately. I mean, like, that's the thing, dude. There are situations and there are times where it's like, it, I'll put it to you this way. The encouragement is there from time to time. You know what I mean? Like, the encouragement to like lean into this harder is there. And in the past, I've done that. And it's like, I don't know. The reason why I just am like, I don't know about this is because number one, it just feels like it's not serious to me anyway. Like, it's mainly just for fun. And I think most people realize that. But then you kind of realize, like, there are people out there that they take this shit very seriously, like to a concerning degree where it's like, guys, we're not real. Like, we're just fucking around, right? Like, it's not this. It's kind of a show. Like, you get that, right? And they're like, no. It's like, well, that's weird. And so it sends a message to me where it's like, okay, well, I think I have to be a little bit more careful how I navigate this, because you're saying the snitch is saying God of War DLC. Where is he saying that? Where's he saying that? I'll go check in a minute. That'd be really random, because I'm pretty sure they said they weren't doing DLC. That'd be sick, though. I'd be all over that. But yeah, man, I don't know. I told you guys, I had an extensive conversation with you guys about Xbox, with the Xbox showcase. And, I told you guys that essentially, if they have a good show and they do what they're supposed to do, one of two things is going to happen. I'm either going to be like, I liked what they showed and I'm going to, start playing on Xbox again more often, or I'm not going to like what they show and I'm just going to walk away and try and not really talk about them that much. Ironically enough, we've talked enough about Xbox today and it's brought up multiple times, but I think it's pretty justifiable. I mean, news about the Series S, about no mid-gen console refresh. Not bad. I mean, maybe bad news for some, depending on how you look at it. But, it's just I've spent so much time focused on the Microsoft side of things and the Xbox platform. And, I spent so much time being like frustrated and annoyed. And the reality is this, man, is what at the time when I was feeling frustrated and bothered with Microsoft, a lot of people were in agreement. And that's what I mean by like, there was encouragement where it's like, oh, I'm not the only one. Like, a lot of people are in agreement here. That's not how it is anymore. And that's why it's like, you know what? All right, it's clear that I'm just not on board with this anymore, because people are loving Xbox right now, dude. Like, people are on board with Xbox. They love Xbox. They're supportive of it. They love what they're doing. And I'm just like, I feel kind of out of the loop where I'm like, I don't get it fully. Like, I kind of get it. Like, I get the hype for Starfield and stuff, but there's just this kind of renewed, like kind of like this comeback energy in a way for Xbox. And it's mainly driven by something like Game Pass, which is fine. But that's where I just realized, like, well, okay, Microsoft went in a direction that I didn't anticipate. And I wasn't necessarily asking for, but a lot of people like it. And, so it's just one of these things where it's like, I guess it's just time to go our separate ways at this point. But, at the same time, like I said, it's not like they'll be completely gone. I imagine at some point, man, there will be a game that I'm like, yeah, I'm going to, even if it's through my PC and I play it through Game Pass, like, I want to play this game. I'm sure there will be. So, but yeah, man, it's It is. I won't lie. Some of it's pretty funny. Like some of it's really toxic. Some of it's pretty annoying, but a lot of it's really funny as well. Like I see some of the console warring shit and some of my stuff being thrown in there, and I won't lie. It gets a little laugh out of me. Where I'm like, damn, bro. People get pretty creative with this shit. Saying Game Pass is pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I've just kind of come to accept that not streaming services, but subscription services are here to stay. You know, Game Pass is here to stay, and it's, you know, Microsoft is gonna brute force Game Pass to a really high place. They're gonna do that clearly, and Sony is here to stay with PS Plus. You know, with extra and premium. So it's like, okay, well, this is just part of the gaming ecosystem now, and we'll see where it goes. Pig Roach, you're saying, what's the specs on the PC? So I mentioned them earlier, but I got 64 gigabytes of RAM. I think I went way overkill, but I just nuked it, bro. I just went 64 gigabytes of RAM. I got an RTX 3060, which is more than enough for me. I don't need a 4090. A lot of people kept saying get a 4090. I do not need a 4090. Please stop telling me to get. I'm like actively gonna never get a 4090. Ridiculous. I don't need that. I don't game on PC. But I think saying a 4060. No, it's I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's an RTX 3060. I think they feel like that's fine, you know? Like I'm not doing like 4K 60 FPS gaming on my PC or anything like that. I just needed a graphics card that was more than capable of handling just the shit I may need to do. You know, that's because to me, I view my PC, even though I want it to be able to game if I ever want to game on it. To me, my PC is more of like, you know, I need efficiency first. I need it to do work, you know, essentially. So, and the processor is, it's an Intel i7 12700, I think. I got to look at it again, but I know it's an Intel i7 12 something. You're saying no? What are you saying no about? Uh-oh. I mean, to me, it seems like a massive improvement over what I have now, you know, to a degree anyway. It's a desktop as well. It's not a laptop. So we'll see, man. We'll see. We're going to test it out. You know, I hope Sony does announce a state of play soon. You're saying Intel 12700F or K. You know what? Let me double check again. See, this is where I don't know the difference between the two. I know some of you guys have a better idea. F i7 12700F processor. Is that better or worse? I don't know. Can somebody explain to me the difference? That's what I want to know. You're saying an i9 would be great. I was looking at that. I'm like, an i9. I don't know. Like, is it like, doesn't that seem like overkill? Maybe. You're saying it means no integrated GPU. I don't even know what that means. What does it mean if it's integrated with the GPU? Saying I've been duped? I hope not. Well, I can fucking return it if I've been duped. You're saying no, you're a content creator. Yeah, but like, I'm not. You're saying I'm joking. Dude, that's the thing. I don't know if you're joking or I can't tell. You're saying a 12700 is amazing. 3060 is mid. MBG, I need a quantum computer to stream from the astral realm. Yeah, bro. I basically was just trying to find something that wasn't so focused on the graphic side of things, but more focused on the processing and the efficiency. And I hope I didn't you're saying this 60 gigs of RAM is overkill. The reason why I went with the 60 gigs of RAM or the 64 gigs was because, dude, I saw the price difference between 32 gigs and 64, and it was like $125. And I'm like, well, fuck, man. Like, that's double the amount. Like, I'll just pay it, you know? And maybe it is overkill. I'm sure I won't need it, but I at least, I don't know. I just it felt good. I'm not going to lie. You're saying the 360 is not good because it's a very old card now. I know that, but they you know, I could have went with something more expensive, but that's why I was like, I'm not going to go for anything above this because I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I really, I would be wasting my money if I went with a graphics card that was higher than that because it's not going to get used. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not going to get used. And I didn't want to do anything that would end up making me feel like I basically just paid for something. But then again, I did pay for the extra RAM and that might not get used. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You're saying for video editing, it's good enough. You're not doing 3D VFX rendering. Well, here's the good news. I did get a regular desktop. So if I run into any problems in the future, I can change parts. I can change the components. So if at any point I run into an issue with the GPU, I can replace it. I don't plan on it, but if that ever happens, yeah, I'll just upgrade it. There you go. And yeah, you're saying 3060 is perfect for someone who just needs to stream. That to me was the main priority. I'm like, I just need for my streams to not fucking lag and be choppy because we've concluded that it's not my internet, you know? And every time I was having issues, I would pull up, you know, where's the bottleneck here? It's always in the RAM. I know I'm sorry to repeat myself from earlier, but I'm curious, man. You know what I was actually going to do? I was going to just replace my PC and never mention it and just see if anybody ever noticed. You know, like if anybody ever noticed, like, hey, MBG, I noticed you're not lagging anymore. All right, God of War leak, let's go. Let's go. God of War leak. Where's the God of War leak? I guess I'm going to have to go to Twitter. Let's see. God of War leak. What's the God of War leak? No God of War leak yet. Not seeing anything. Who leaked this shit? The snitch, you said? Is he reliable anymore? Is the snitch reliable? Let's see. All right, I'm going over to the snitch. Project God of War Ragnarok DLC is on the way. Here we go. I shall tweet this out. According to known leaker, the snitch, God of War Ragnarok DLC is on the way. And I gotta get a picture here. God of War Ragnarok. What do you guys think? I mean, this is weird to me. I don't know if I believe this fully because they said they're not doing DLC. You know? Like, they were specifically asked this question. Why can't I find a fucking picture of God of War Ragnarok? Like, it shouldn't be this hard. Are you kidding me? I mean, I'd be all over that, dude. I loved Ragnarok. I would be all over that. I wonder what it would be, though. Do you think it would be focused on Atreus? Let's see what you guys are saying. You're saying he's always been dodgy. You know what's weird to me about the snitch? And it's no offense, but this is like really weird to me. Is the snitch was completely anonymous when he was leaking this big shit. And then he said he was like retiring from leaking. And then suddenly he revealed himself and he has like a Twitch channel now and he streams on it. And it seems like he's trying to like actually make a name and be like I don't know, like get some kind of attention, which is fine. I guess all leakers are doing that. But some people are like, did this guy, like did the original snitch like sell his account to somebody or whatever? But if that's the case, like if he sold his account to somebody, how would he still be able to leak shit? You know what I mean? Saying you shouldn't have tweeted that, it might not be real. I might delete it. I'll go look closer again. Let me see. Somebody found a note he left. He left a note somewhere? What? And somebody found it? L snitch. Congratulations on finding this letter. Send me a DM and thanks to you. The latest riddle will be revealed. Dude, I hope this is fucking real because this is some funny ass shit right now, dude. The snitch is taking things to another level. He's straight up doing ARGs out here, making people find fucking notes he's leaving out in the wild. That is awesome. I hope it's real because that means we have the funnest way for people to find leaks. That is incredible. Now this I can get behind if it's legitimate because this is fun. Who knows? Maybe I'll go out there and try to find it myself next time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, so there's a couple strange things about this. If his leak is real, right? That's true. I guess he hasn't been wrong about anything yet. If his leak is real, then it means that, you know what? Let me find the quote. Hold on. I remember covering this. Will there be DLC for God of War Ragnarok? Santa Monica Studio has previously said that God of War Ragnarok concludes the Norse saga, which has planned to be a 2-part series as opposed to a trilogy. So it's unlikely that we'll see a direct sequel to Ragnarok. The studio also officially said that DLC is, quote, unlikely. Okay, so they didn't completely rule it out, to be fair. They used the term unlikely. Damn, bro, when's this shit gonna get announced then? All right. Jeff Grubb, come on, man. You got the snitch out here doing some crazy ass shit. Jeff, you got to come out here. Give us a date. Give us a date. So let's see. We got some Ragnarok DLC. We got a new PS5 model that has to be announced. We got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that needs to be marketed. We got Rise of the Ronin, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Stellar Blade, all these games. I don't know, man. You're saying you dropped a link in the chat for it, Jay Shako? All right, man. Appreciate that. I got it here. Yeah. Let me see. How does this guy know this much shit? Where does he even come from? Oh, lines up with Cory Barlog being back on Twitter. Oh, shit. Dude, I don't know. I'd be hyped, man. But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. Yeah, Helldivers 2. How could I forget that? We don't know anything about Helldivers 2. Death Stranding 2. Fair Games. Concord. Oh, shit, bro. You know what? I don't want to get too. I don't want to get too excited right now. I don't want to get too excited right now, man. It's like the snitch is actually Jim Ryan. Or like, no, Jim Ryan hired him. Well, I wonder if this is going to be treated like a full-blown expansion, man. Like, we talked about this where it's like, maybe instead of doing like a Forbidden West style DLC, like a Burning Shore style DLC, maybe it'll be like a Miles Morales thing where you play as Atreus. Dude, that'd be fucking sick. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to play as Kratos, but if that's how they handled it, like, we want to give Atreus like his own kind of standalone story, and maybe Kratos will show up a couple times. I would love that. That'd be the perfect way to handle it, I think. Yeah, let's do it, man. Now I'm getting pumped. Let's see if he's right, man. That's kind of a big deal. Let me go see what people are saying real quick. How are the people reacting? Project God of War Ragnarok DLC is on the way. I love the idea. I love the idea that that's a that's a like the project name. You're saying he was clearly joking. I mean, that would be pretty shitty, dude. That would be pretty fucking shitty. Like if he's just trolling and he comes out and he's like, "Nah, I'm just playing." It's like, well, fuck, man. Like then you're definitely not an insider anymore. Like you clearly sold your account or some shit. I don't know, man. I hope it's real. That'd be pretty cool. I would love to see. You know why though? The reason why I'd be excited for this is because Ragnarok. I'm totally satisfied with everything about it. I'm totally satisfied with the way God of War Ragnarok ended, and the only thing that made me a little bit depressed though is like it just sucks to think that we're not gonna. It'll be like another 6 years or something before we come back to this, and maybe that'd be okay. But I don't know. I'm really I'm really thinking that maybe they will do like a premium DLC or an expansion that stars Atreus, and then I think what a lot of people want to see from the next proper God of War, maybe for like the PlayStation 6 or something, is like, okay, are we now in Egypt? That would be crazy. That'd be awesome. Because spoilers for God of War Ragnarok. I'm going to give some spoilers here. At the end of God of War Ragnarok, unless I missed something, and maybe I did, they do not give any indication where they're potentially going next. Like all that's revealed is that he's going to go chase the giants. Atreus does, like he's going to go find the rest of the giants, but they don't seem, and you tell me if I missed something, they don't seem to hint like where that's going to be, or maybe they did, and I can't remember. But right now, I feel like I'm in the dark. Like I don't remember where they said. You're saying he does do that though, MBG, trolling like a mofo. Yeah, but this would be the reason why this would be a weird troll is because it's like this dude straight up put a letter out there for somebody to find, and it's like he would completely ruin his reputation. I know. He does troll, but this is just straight up like memory debuff -10. Yeah. It could be. It could be a troll. Yeah, so that to me, maybe that was done intentionally where it's like they don't hint at all. Maybe they don't know where it's going to go, but maybe if they do a expansion that stars Atreus, kind of like a Miles Morales-esque expansion, standalone, and then by the end of that, it makes it clear like where Atreus and Kratos are going next. You know what I mean? That would be awesome. That would be a great segue. So it shows that you got your perfect ending and wrap up in Ragnarok, but you also have a kind of intermediary experience that helps segue the next journey. That'd be really cool. It'd be a great idea, actually. Yeah, and JC 2013, he would lose his credibility entirely. Like you can troll a little bit, but something like this, it's like, dude, come on, let's be real right now. PlayStation fans are desperate for any news because Sony ain't saying shit. Like people want to know, like, is there going to be a show? Is there going to be a state of play? What's going on? What are the studios working on? And he comes out here and he's like, hey, bro, we got some God of War DLC coming. It's like, you're saying this at a time where it's like fans are waiting to see if anything like this is going to come out. But yeah, that would be pretty fucked up. I do want to set my expectations though. Here are my 2 expectations for now. Expectation number 1, it's bullshit and it doesn't happen. And it's just like, well, okay, we can't ever rely on the snitch again. Expectation number 2, it's true, there is going to be God of War Ragnarok DLC, but it's not going to be that significant. It'll be revealed in maybe an upcoming state of play, and it'll just be like a little, just like a, I don't know, like a $15, $20 expansion or something, I don't know though. Even if that's what we get, it would be hard not to be excited about it. But ideally, like my hope though, like those are my expectations, my realistic expectations. But my hope is I would love for them to just go all out, like make this a full blown Miles Morales, like, standalone thing. Set expectations high, MBG, so we can have a disappointment stream. Holy shit, I did not realize we are nearly 4.5 hours into the stream. Yeah, it could be like Burning Shores DLC. My bad, though. Well, I'm not saying my bad. I know you guys like the longer streams, but I had no idea it was nearly 4.5 hours in. Holy shit. I thought I was at like the 3.5 hour mark. I'm almost an hour ahead from where I thought. That's good, though. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the conversations we're having here, guys. You're saying you really don't care for Atreus? You hated playing as him? I mean, I enjoyed it. It was a nice change up. It was like, I mean, you play all of 2016 or 2018 as Kratos, and it was a nice change up. And Atreus obviously he's coming to his own. And I think what's interesting is how different Atreus is from Kratos, but how they complement each other perfectly. And I mean, the only thing I would be nervous about, is whether or not Atreus could be like if people would be okay with him on his own, like completely, or with Angerboda or something, like I mean, I think a lot of people, if this was like a premium like expansion or something, they would expect like Kratos is gonna have to be here, right? Like even if you don't play as Kratos, like he's gonna have to be there, right? To a degree. I don't know. I mean, again, spoilers. One more spoiler warning here. At the end of God of War Ragnarok, I mean, one of the biggest things that they really tried to drive home was how Kratos has now, he's not going to be the overprotective father anymore towards Atreus. Like he believes Atreus is now ready to be his own man and to go on his own journeys, essentially. And I don't think that means that Kratos is like, all right, peace, Atreus, we're done. No, obviously not. Like he'll contact Atreus through codec 140.85. Yeah, there you go. Maybe Cory Barlog has been making an Atreus game that takes place after Ragnarok. Ooh, I don't know about that. That would be... No, I don't know, dude. That would be, I think, disappointing. I think people want a new IP from Santa Monica. So... Saying it was fine. I enjoyed it a lot, but God of War is Kratos. I agree. But that's why I think a standalone expansion would be the perfect in-between, where it's like you can give Atreus the spotlight if it's a standalone thing, kind of spin-off. Don't treat it as the next mainline entry. That'd be great. That would be great. Yeah. I think I'm noticing I think most people would be okay with that if they handled it like a Miles Morales approach. Just like give him his own time in the spotlight and let it segue into the next experience, the next full-blown game. See, this would be a really smart thing for Sony to do with their bigger franchises, to just have like as much as they're able to, like have because their big games, like the mainline entry games, take like 5 to 6 years to make, man. 4, 5, 6 years. It's a long time. If they can kind of have something smaller in scale and scope in between that to help it kind of flow better, I think that's great. It worked really well with Spider-Man. Spider-Man in 2018, Spider-Man Miles Morales in 2020, basically 2021. It was like at the end of 2020. And now Spider-Man 2 at the end of 2023. It all flowed very, very nicely. But then again, Insomniac's insane. So, well, there you go, guys. That's the latest breaking news. I mean, maybe I'll make a video on this tomorrow for anybody who didn't catch the stream, especially this deep into the stream. But yeah, I'll be interested to see, man. Be interested to see what happens. I think that's it. I think that's all we're going to be covering today. I think that this is where we're going to conclude the stream. I'll keep it at around the 4.5 hour mark. I don't want it to go much longer. Also, because I'm starting to get a little burnt out here, my voice anyway. But yeah, guys, at this point, I'm going to segue into my outro here. Yeah, time to hydrate. As always, I gotta give you guys a huge hand and a big thank you. I won't lie, I like thanking you, spending a little bit of time here at the outro thanking you guys because it's just, it's nice. It's nice. I feel like it was a good stream. Okay. Okay. Mrs. MBG is like, yo, dinner. It's ready. Get the fuck off your stream. No, she didn't say it like that. I'm just kidding. But no, that was funny. Actually, now I'm excited though. I am pretty hungry. But yeah, I do want to thank you guys, as always, for continuing to support me, showing up to the streams. It really means everything. I don't mean to keep harping on about this, but it really has been a slow month in terms of gaming news in general, especially with the PlayStation side of things, and just the fact that you guys still show up. The fact that you guys still show up in such a big way, it means a lot to me. It does. And so for everybody, every single person who either A, became a member, B, gifted memberships, or C, donated a super chat, thank you guys. I am fan funded. I need that support to continue to keep this thing going. And it means a lot. So a big shout out to you guys. Big shout out to this community. We're ending today with 58 members, which is a huge number. That is a huge number. Broke, hit the goal, smashed it of 50. And to everybody who super chatted, thank you guys. Keep the conversations interesting, keeping them going in different directions. Always keeps me on my toes and always keeps me engaged, man. So really, it means a lot. And before we head out here, we have Shems. Shems comes in and drops one more membership gift before we head out, which is greatly appreciated, man. Shems gifted a bunch today. A bunch of you guys gifted a bunch today. So thank you for continually doing that. He brings us up to 59 members. I'll give it just a moment here. I don't know. It's cool. You don't have to. If anybody wants to jump in and round it out and make it 60, by all means, feel free to do that. But I also just want to ask one last thing before you guys go. Just hit that like button for me. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. And I also just have to extend a thank you to everybody who just watches the content. I know not everybody's able to gift or become a member or donate. And so if you're not, I still want you to know that you're very much appreciated. And without that, there would be no reason for me to be here. So thank you guys for powering the channel. And yeah, that does it. I'm kind of like hanging on here because I'm like, I don't want to like end the stream as soon as somebody. I think we're good. All right, I think we're good. All right, guys, that does it. I'll see you guys. So today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. I will try to get a video out tomorrow. I'm gonna try my hardest to ensure I get some members only content out on Saturday, and then on Sunday we'll be coming back with another stream. And so that does it, guys. Until the next time, take care, everyone.